All right, what's going on, chat? It's good to be back. After my short hiatus away with NAIC, and then I took the last couple days off as well. And as long as I don't get sick, I will be leaving again on Sunday to go film some content with Chip for the secondary Uncommon Energy channel. So we'll see about that. Appreciate 18 months there, Silent Burst. Appreciate the 4 months there, Axel. Yeah, so we'll see what happens fully with that. Counter-Strike Major Watch Party. I did watch Map 1 earlier. And I did watch yesterday as well, with Spirit getting upset. That set was hype. Spirit versus Mouse. That was a pretty hype match. Always getting sick after events, skill diff? Well, I don't feel sick now, but Lorelei got sick, so there's like a chance I get sick for sure. So we'll see. So if I get sick, I'm not gonna go to Chips. Yeah, so if I get sick, I'm not gonna go to Chips this week. I would maybe go next week. I don't even know what the plan would be from there, to be honest. So we'd have to figure that out. Probably like sometime in the next couple weeks I would go there instead. If I don't get sick though, leaving Sunday and coming back. If I don't get sick, then I will be leaving Sunday, so no stream Sunday, and then I get back Friday, and I should be back with enough time to stream. There's like the Singapore Master Ball League that weekend, so I get back Friday. I think it's on Friday. It might not be on Friday. For some reason I thought it was scheduled on Friday though. Yeah, there we go. Master Ball League Singapore, 7 p.m. on the 28th. Oh no, that's Saturday, so it's not Friday. So I get back Friday, so I probably won't stream until Saturday, but I'll be back in time to stream the Master Ball League on Saturday. But yeah, that's the plan for this week coming up. But today, talk about the results from NAIC, and then talk about the results from NAIC, and then we have the Japan Championships today and tomorrow. So we're gonna watch the Japan Championships for sure. Day 1 today, day 2 tomorrow. So that'll be a good watch for sure. Yeah, that's the plan for this weekend. And yeah, hopefully I don't get sick, and then I'll be gone most of next week. But I mean, this is kind of like a downtime as far as like content goes anyways. Like the format's kind of over. Kind of just waiting on the new set, to be honest. But yeah, kind of just waiting on the new set. Yo, what's up, Haircross? Played 59 of 60 for EV Box at NAIC and certified. Oh, disappointed I couldn't convert it into the ASIM, but at least got day 2. List felt good. Congrats on the finish there, Blue Orb. NBA Finals, Game 7. Who you got? Pacers. You're telling me more chance of you blowing your nose in the Uncommon Energy vids? Well, no. If I get sick, I'm just staying home. We talk about the GOAT Gamer for sure. We definitely will mention Gamer. Shout Gamer on the top 4. Japan Championships best of 3 for day 2. Yeah, best of 1 for day 1, best of 3 for day 2. But your wins from day 1 count as 3 match points, so it's kind of weird. You know when you can start earning championship points from locals for 26? Nope. What's the website that has the tournament the Asian tournament schedule? PTCG Stats has the most. Well, actually, no, it's been on Limitless as well. Robin's been keeping up with it on Limitless. So honestly, Limitless. But if you don't see it on Limitless, then PTCG Stats. Because Cash plays over in I forget where Cash is at exactly, but Cash runs a PTCG Stats stuff. But he lives over in Asia, and keeps that stuff up to date. So PTCG Stats for sure has it. But then Robin's been keeping up with it recently, so. There's only two more majors this year in Asia though. It's the Japan Championships this weekend and then Singapore next weekend. It'll be a 15-hour stream. No, day one doesn't take that long. I think day one is 8 rounds. It might be 9 rounds actually, but it won't go that long. It's best of one. Yo, appreciate 9 months there, day camp. Appreciate the 15 months there in Sano. So do you want to join my testing group? No. What'd you think about Toad School EX deck? It's interesting. I think me and Chip talked about it on the podcast. It seems like it's like Joltik Box tier as far as like power level goes, but that's only with like my current knowledge of the deck. Might be a little bit better than that. When is the new set release, do you know? Nope, not off the top of my head. Like the 17th of next month or something, I think. Like this is the 18th of next month. It's the 11th or the 18th. I forget though. 2 months there, Zach 1. How many hours till Japan? 4.5. Appreciate the 10 months there, Nomad. Hazel, hope you're having an awesome day. I am. Appreciate it, Sensei. So I played against 2 Crustle Thorns at NAIC. Is this a skill issue? Slightly, probably. You appreciate the 9 months there. Nico Royale. One thing to always keep in mind is like part of a good player's consistency is winning bad matchups. Think of a top Masters player piloted Gabriel Zard list they could have top cut with it at something like an NAIC? No clue. Deck seems fine though. She did 3 months there, Fabric. I guess the answer should just be like, sure, deck seems fine. Is Japan Championships including the black and white cards or nah? Yes, they are playing with the black and white cards. So are you still on no monkey for Cynthia? No, I think you have to kind of play the monkey, but then I like the deck less. Like the more powerful way to, I think the more powerful way to play the deck, the more neutrally powerful way to play the deck is without monkey, but to keep up in the metagame, you kind of have to play monkey, but then I think the deck becomes so bad when you include monkey that the deck's not worth playing, basically. So do you think the Dawn can have one last ride with Black Bolt and White Flare? Sure, why not? How was your run at NAIC? Top 128. Day 1 is 10 rounds and 4 rounds was a 3 day 2. Oh, is it 10 rounds day 1? And I retweeted the Noah's post. Oh, also I'm doing a giveaway over on in the Twitch chat. Giveaway only happening in Twitch chat. Worlds 2024 double deck box. All you have to do to enter the giveaway is put !ticket in the Twitch chat and you'll be entered in the giveaway. Yeah, oh yeah, day 1, 10 rounds, best of 1. Okay, maybe I feel like usually it's not that much for Champions Leagues. Maybe we will be here for a little while, to be honest. Yeah, maybe it will be a long day today. I didn't think it was gonna be that long of a day today. So I was kind of thinking about it in comparison to, you appreciate 56 months there, Shadow. Appreciate 22 months there, Random. I was thinking about it in comparison to like Champions League's days, and I feel like day 1s for Champions Leagues usually did not take that long. How was Grim? Pretty good. Are you gonna play on TCG live this stream? I don't know. It depends how long. Depends how long I'm just chatting until the what's it called starts. Appreciate 70 months there, Charles. So currently in the hospital with my newborn twins while they're napping. What deck should I grind on letter? Wrong answers only. A cargo. Appreciate the prime sub there for some reason. Welcome to the Rat Pack. Congrats as well on the congrats as well on the twins. Appreciate that much there, Mirko. How do you feel you did with Grimmy overall? 9-4. I've been playing your Grim list at locals and I keep getting crushed by Joltik box, Avengeful Iron Leaves. Am I just bad or is the matchup bad? The matchup is bad. I couldn't help notice, but you and Chip didn't place Wishcash Mill on your tier list for NAIC. We did not. This is true. We didn't forget it either. Appreciate the 9 months there. Didn't appreciate the prime subs there. SER and Guizzy. Welcome both to the Rat Pack. So why are you so mean? Buddy was just asking you to test with him. That was a flat no. What do you want me to say? Yes? Do you just want me to like lead people on? I'm not testing with him. Like, what do you want? Like, what do you want? Like, Azul, lie to us, please. Why don't you lie to us? Not gonna lie, it's hard to get off. Rex guaranteed when TPCI releases the major schedule so late. People who require off things way in advance, like weddings and family vacations, usually get it because they get more notice. Yeah, I mean, hopefully they announce the schedule soon. We'll see. What do you think of Gabriel Fernandez's Charizard deck? Seemed fine. I'm not too high on Charizard in general, but Cat Picnic Basket. That's a pretty cool card. How'd your Grim feel at NAIC? And have you already made any changes? I have made some changes, but honestly, the more changes I made, the more I'm convinced that the list closer to what I played at NAIC was just better, to be honest. Like I tried out some. Yeah, I got for like the first time in a long time I played on PTCG Live, like the last 2 days. I played a couple games each day. Made some changes to Grimstar and played it. But I kept reverting back towards a list very similar to what I played at NAIC. But I did like some of the inclusions that other people played, some of the other ideas that were going around for sure. I'm attending the Norway Championships and Seniors, and I'll be playing Strict Pult. Best of luck, Mew Lover. Yo, Zul, are you sunburnt? I don't think so, no. Can you give us some insight on how to win against Dragon Ball Charizard with Grim? Just make the right plays. I mean, this was pretty good. It was very cool, yeah. You think decks not named Raging Bolt and Joltik Box have to play Monkey? Probably not, no. I mean, the decks that should play the cards that they should play to maximize win percentage should play those cards, but... You think decks not named... Oh, I already read that question. Team Dangle got first place at both NAIC and this Japan Championships. Trust. True. Also on the day 2 best of 3 that Japan is trying. We'll talk about that later. We'll talk about the Japan structure before Japan Championship starts. Is the giveaway worldwide? Yes. Yo, appreciate the 10 months there. Fluffy Sleepy, appreciate the prime sub there. Railroader, welcome to the pack. So how did you feel about Piper's List in the Mirror? It was fine. The prime sub there, Ruben. Welcome to the pack. Did you play the deck any differently? I don't know yet, to be honest. At first I thought I would have, but then I tried out a couple different things, and I'm like, I don't know if I actually would have changed very much. What were you gonna play to the 2010 side event if you had played? Luxchamp with Blaziken. Also on Enzoric. Many people doubted it. I still don't think it's very good. Why did you play 4 Dimps? The 4th Impidimp is like at the end of the tournament, the 4th Impidimp was like kind of the thing that felt like a little bit overkill, but like I also just like played some games with 3 Impidimp on ladder and it felt bad to not have my 4th Impidimp. I don't know. I played 4 Imps because it's Grimsnarl's your attacker. Like, yeah, I played 4 imps because Grimsnarl's your attacker. Like, if you open an imp and they kill it, like, if you play more recovery cards, it doesn't, you get less value out of your stadium, or just like your other search cards, right? Like, if you play more recovery cards but less imps, then your search cards get worse. Like when you go to use your stadium, if your imp's not there and you need an imp, you have to find a Night Stretcher, or you have to find Super Rod first. Or if you draw into Buddy Poffin or Ultra Ball and you play them and there's not an imp in your deck, you just lose that value. So the 4th imp is just nice because it enables your other cards. But if you cut an imp for like another Night Stretcher, you have to like naturally draw into the Night Stretcher. Like it less enables your other cards. If you naturally draw into the imp, you have the imp. If you play the Poffin and you have a 4th imp in your deck, because like you prize an imp or they killed an imp, then it becomes an imp. If you go to use your stadium, if your stadium's still in play, the Artisan or Spikemuth, and you go to use it and there's an imp in your deck, that's great. But if there's no imp and it's just another Night Stretcher, it's like, well, now I have to Arven this turn, or I have to have Arven, or I have to naturally draw into the Night Stretcher. But yeah. So the more imps was nice. It also lets you like more aggressively open imp, let it get KO'd, and then still feel comfortable to chain Grimmsnarls. So I don't know. The 4th imp it made everything like flow. It felt like the flow of getting to Grimmsnarl was just like better, but most games you only need 1 to do Grims though. I mean, for like the Raging Bolt matchup and the Joltik Box matchup, it's nice to be able to go Grim, even if it's not necessary. Like, you don't need to be able to go Grim. But it's nice to have that as an option if you have a slower start against those decks in terms of like Frostlass setup. Although Joltik Box comes down to like what they hit you with. It's a lot harder to go Grim when you only play 3 imp, and especially if they kill an imp early. Especially if like you go TM Evo out Morgrim plus Frostlass, and then they go like against Joltik Boxes, they go kill your Morgrim. Like, you lose an imp, you lose a Morgrim. That's another reason I played the double candy. It's like so you can go Grim more consistently. But the 4th Imp felt like the most overkill card, but then I went down to 3 imp and played some ladder games the last couple days, and I was like, man, I kind of missed this 4th imp. What the fuck? Where's my imp, bro? I keep running out of imps. They kill my imp, they kill my Morgrim, and then I can't chain Grimmsnarls. And it's like, instead of being able to go Grim, like, you would much rather go Grim than not go Grim. You'd much rather triple Grim your opponent than not. You can win most games with 2 Grims. You don't need the 3rd Grim. But having the threat of the triple Grim is nice because it makes it way easier for you to win games. Like, if you can Grim them, you just always win against a lot of matchups. If they aggressively kill your first Grim. If you can go Grim from there, you just win. But with 3 imps, it's a lot harder to do that. So it just kind of gives you that line more often to be able to play into that line more aggressively. Like the 4th imp gives you that, but... The 4th imp definitely, like, out of cards that I would change, that's the card I would probably change most aggressively. That's like another reason I played 9 Dark Energy. Because, like, for your 2nd or 3rd Grim, you just don't have energy left in your deck. Like, trying to find your Night Stretchers and your Super Rods, like, just having the cards in your deck to get the cards, there's no synergy. There's more synergy with basic Dark Energy than there is with, like, another Night Stretcher. Like, the Night Stretcher, you, like, have to find the energy or the Night Stretcher. But if the energy is in your deck, you just Grim it into play and you're fine. So yeah, that's why I like the higher count, the idea of the higher count of the energy, and even with 9 energy, bro, I was still whiffing energy so much. And even at the end of some games, I was like, bro, I have literally just enough energy to win this game. I have 2 for my Grim and 1 for my last Monkey Dory. You think Bolt or Eevee Box is a better pick right now? I don't know. I really thought. I mean, there's like no meta to like think towards right now. It doesn't really matter. Play whatever. There's no tournaments going on. There's nothing. Just whatever you have the most fun with. Like, there's nothing. I don't know. Yeah. I just like. I've given up. I just like whenever there's no metagame to like think towards, I just kind of give up on thinking about the metagame because it just there's no major tournament to think towards. So like we're just kind of waiting for I'm just kind of waiting for the new set. I'm not thinking about anything in terms of like a metagame. What do you think of the Golden Go matchup with Grim? It's fine. It's a close matchup. I have to play it more. It might just be favored for Grim, but especially if you can Grim them. I think there's an increase in ties because Grim damage takes so long. No. Any thoughts about Hydrapple? It's not competitive. So do you think Trainer Hill's a good place to consult for matchups? Also, comfortability aside, what's a good play right now into both Pults and Pult plus Ghosts? Guardy. I mean, if you have nothing else to work off of, then yeah, Trainer Hill is better than nothing. But have you tried to see Tim Franklin's Bomb Zorak list yet? I have not. No. Also, do you think you'll make a list for the new Annihilate? No clue. Board results prediction for this weekend? Top cut. What do you think of Blaziken deck? Doesn't seem very good. It was nice to talk to you IRL finally. Yeah, it was good to meet you as well, Hafto. For sure. When's the giveaway end? The end of the stream. What do you think is a good play? Oh, I already answered your question. What's your opinion on Frostlass and the Guardian matchup? Do you play them? It depends on the situation. And if you know their list. Like up against the Bradner Chow build? No, you wouldn't put Frostlass in play against Bradner Chow. You just bench Shaman and set up 3 Grims. Against other builds of Guardy, yes. If they have Drifloon, it just depends on the situation. Like if you have a really clean setup to set up Frostlass and then protect it with Shaman, like you probably just do it. Because the way Guardy plays it is they like tried to not leave any damage in play on your side of the field. So you have to like generate damage. And theoretically, if you're head on monkeys on board, you should be fine. They shouldn't be able to like take too many prize cards in a single turn or something like that. You should have the advantage, especially if you play E-Switch. So, or also another thing that I've thought about honestly is EXP share. EXP share actually might be better than E-Switch in Grimmsnarl because you can put the EXP share on one of your monkey doors on the bench. You should have more access to it too through Arven because having to taking up your item slot on the E-Switch is like kind of annoying. Yeah, I definitely would have liked an extra imp. They were also hiding the prizes a couple times. Yeah, exactly. Like if your opponent just KOs your imp early, KOs one of your imps or Morgrims early, and the thing that they'll chase is your Morgrim. And sometimes you don't want to bench Shaman or it's like a boss KO anyway, so. Thanks for letting me interview, bro. Much love. Of course, no problem. How'd the Iron Bundle feel at NAIC? Really good. The bundle was insanely good. Although moving forward, I might cut back on Artisans from like 1 to 0. So I don't know if I would continue playing Bundle. But if you play 2 Artisan, you should 100% be playing Iron Bundle. Iron Bundle is just like, it's a broken card. In Grimmsnarl. Also, if you had further thoughts on the monkey potential to win percentage statistic, I think there could be something to that for sure, Slap. The next question is, if it exists, how many Turbo Energize do we play? Yeah, how many Turbo Energize do we play? We need those monkeys faster. Or E-switches. You think N-Zorak is decent? No. I don't think it's very good. Are you happy with your performance at NAIC? Or do you think you could have played better? Definitely could have played better. But for the prep I put in, I don't know how much more that would have changed, to be honest. I talked to you after day 1. You told me you had 9 darks. I felt foolish for having 7. I would never go down to 7. Someone asked me about that before NAIC. I was like, I would never go down to 7. I feel like you're at least playing 8. You just need to find attachments for your monkeys. I'm convinced the strength of Grimmsnarl is having more dark energy than other Stage 2 decks to power up monkeys, so having more energy makes sense. Yeah, and the thing is, like, Night Stretcher just doesn't cut it often enough. Because, like, if you play up against Guardy or Pult, they're not taking knockouts early, so, like, by the time... But they, like, even Guardy plays, like, a ton of Vessels. Like, by the time they can build up, like, they could have, like, a better monkey board than you... Even though you're playing Grimmsnarl. That's why the E-Switch is nice, because it can get you 1 monkey ahead in situations where you're a monkey behind. Or it's like short a monkey in a lot of situations. I don't know. Appreciate the 59 months there, Slat. Appreciate 2 and sub there, Grizzly. Welcome to the Rat Pack. Is the giveaway subscribers only? No. You just have to be following the stream. But yeah, and even like the 9 dark energy, like there were still times I still felt the exact same thing where I was like, bro, I can't get, I'm missing energy attachments. Like, what the heck? The energy search was really good, though. I will say that. The energy search was really good. I was pretty set on Vessel, but then... I was pretty set on Vessel going into NAIC, but then did some testing games with energy search at NAIC. Or actually, we didn't even test energy search. We just played more games with Vessel, and it was like, bro, this is just... It's too awkward too often. I think we need the energy search. The Vessel is, like, too awkward too often. I was pretty convinced on the Vessel, but I was definitely wrong about that. The energy searches actually makes things a lot cleaner on that turn 1 secret box. How do you feel about Typhlosion? Feels hot. Feels like old ancient box and will only get better with Bangle. Hopefully it does not feel like old ancient box, because that deck sucked. Hopefully it feels... Yeah, we don't want that comparison to be happening. It does get better with Bangle for sure, though. I have high hopes for it with Bengal for sure. Check out Troy Campbell's list. Sure, maybe. We'll see. I mean, what deck is it? Pacers or Thunder game 7? Pacers. You thinking of giving N's box a chance again? No. Can beat the big three? Yeah, I can. Any specific deck you would love to see in the Japan Championships? Just decks with new cards, that's it. Best deck for a new player? I like the way Ethan Cyphlosion looks. Well, then go with Ethan Cyphlosion. My recommendation has been Golden Go recently. And Golden Go looks like it gets pretty good next format, but yeah, Golden Go's my recommendation, but Ethan Cyphlosion is chill. Worth running 2 switches in Golden Go. Thinking about the high count of Monkey Dory and Gardevoir. Oh, to deal with the confusion? I mean, just preemptively attach energy. You should be able to retreat sometimes. I wouldn't play 2 switches. If anything, you start to add stuff like Rescue Board and yeah, you only ever should play 1 switch. If you want more pivot cards, that's where Turos and Palpad, even for Turo, or Rescue Board, or now Air Balloon gets involved. What was the hardest matchup you faced with Grim? Probably Joltik Box. Does deck building such meta-analysis change for an event like Worlds? The players are at a higher caliber meta-awareness? Maybe slightly, but not to the point where it's like worth overly thinking about it. Appreciate 18 months there, Noobly. Play against 5 Golden Go between day 1 and day 2 at NAIC as Raging Bolt. Skill issue or unlucky? I mean, that sounds like lucky. It's a favorable matchup for Raging Bolt. It sounds like you should take advantage of the good variants. 69 months there, or she. Why'd you stream earlier this week? I didn't want to. EXP share on the monkey, crazy. Yeah, it's just like the EXP share could be cool. The thing is, your opponent can play around it, obviously. They can't really play around E-Switch. Deck just wants Air Balloon badly. Grim? Or Golden Go? Azul, you're into soccer? No, not really. TM Energized to Monkey Differential. I was actually like thinking about it in Grimstar. I'll turn 1 TM Evo, turn 2 Turbo Energized, but it's probably bad. You want to be Grim in them. I'm trying out Piper 60 for Grim. I can't recall if you're running Pokegear. I have not, but I do. The Pokegear in Piper's list was interesting for sure. The Pokegear is interesting. How do you handle the ball matchup with Grim? Make good plays. Abuse Frostlass a lot. Go watch the game I played against Raging Bolt on my YouTube video from before NAIC. Go watch that game. That'll give you an idea. Iron Bundle felt really good even in a 0 Artisan deck. I cut a boss for it in the Franklin Rob Co build and loved it. It's a little bit weird to play it without Artisan because one of the main purposes of it is to push Badoo against Dragapult. Like, that's one of its strongest, if not its strongest use, is against Dragapult. You push their Badoo and then you wreck them. So without Artisan, you literally just can't find the card. I mean, obviously you can, but the chance you find it is like so low that at that point, I think maybe more boss for the Guardy matchup is just better because it's not that good against Gardevoir. So appreciate get this up there, Steph in the red. Welcome to the pack there, Chicken Master. Welcome to the pack. Did you make many misplays with the deck? Some. I only started playing a week ago. Which pack to get the Grimmsnarls? The most recent set, whatever it's called, Destined Rivals. Here's the prime sub there, Reno. Welcome to the pack. And isn't good because Shaman or just not as competitively viable? Mostly Shaman. But it depends on the Shaman count in the format. Many people aren't playing Shaman, then it's like still okay. Also, like, I don't know if the deck can like looking at Cameron's list, I don't think that list can like stand up to Raging Bolt. Maybe there's something I'm missing, but the Raging Bolt matchup seems like really, really bad. So also like hoping to dodge Raging Bolt. Your Joltik Box matchup seems bad as well. It seems like you lose to Raging Bolt and Joltik Box. I don't know. Maybe there's something I'm missing about the deck, but are you sure 12 energy is not too much in Grim? That's probably too much. I think Riley McKay's playing top 4. It seemed like a good play. How annoying was damage counters live and telling your opponent to keep track? Honestly, I think I forgot more than my opponents did, to be honest. It's like a little annoying, but it's like not that bad. Did having energy switch feel good? Yeah, the energy switch was definitely good. Just some kind of enabler, like, well, you need like at least a mobility card. You at least need like a mobility card. Like I didn't play rescue board, and I did use the energy switch to get one monkey ahead many times. It also allows you to enable plays like getting into Morgrim too. You can go from like no Morgrim to Morgrim to attack with the one pricer, which is kind of cool. I don't know. The card is just kind of good. Like if you didn't play it, you'd have to at least play rescue board. But rescue board is just so mid. The card is just so mid. Especially because I don't play Badoo. I still just think maybe I'm missing something. I don't think I am. I think Badoo is just literally bad in Grimmsnarl. I just think it doesn't do anything. It's like okay against Raging Bolt. But the thing is, if you play Badoo and your opponent bosses around your Badoo, you want to quit. And then if you play Badoo, you also have to play rescue board. So if you play Badoo, you have to play another. You have to play a mid card. You have to play a mid card. And then if your opponent gusts around your mid card, you just want to pack it up. You just want to be like, well, I guess I just lose the game. So I don't know. Badoo just kind of sucks. Also, if you open Badoo, that also sucks. Like if you open Badoo and you want to be the aggressor, you literally just lose a bench space the whole game. But if you open Monkey Door or Impidimp, you're like, okay, this is fine. Would you cut Badoo and Snarl? I have cut Badoo and Snarl. You ever play sports? Just soccer when I was younger. That's it. Ham sandwiches or turkey sandwiches? Ham for sure. Balloon and Grim makes Cactus viable unless you consider Blood Moon as well. I think Cactus is already viable. I think if you're using Cactus and your opponent's not moving, then you're winning the game to begin with, to be honest. I don't think the balloon changes much for Cactus. It would make a difference for Blood Moon though, I agree. But I think you can play Blood Moon and just hope to not start it. I don't think that's like that bad of a thing, to be honest. You like Nest Ball and Grim now? I have a couple in there now, yeah. But I need to play more with it. And how many hours is the Japan Championship starting? 4. So thoughts on Poison, but without Poison and with Dragapult and Charizard instead? Genius. Are you watching CSGO or COD on your second monitor? I see Muzzle Fire on the glass behind you. There's yeah, I have the CSGO major up on my other monitor. See, what do you say? Muzzle Fire? How will Air Balloon work? I've only been going to my local since Train Together dropped. Wait, what do you mean how will Balloon work? An argument to with Artisan, you won't find it. In that Pulp matchup, they're likely put up Artisan for you, and then that's how you'll find it unless they have a brain and deny it. Pulp doesn't really play Artisan, so no, that should not be happening. Some Pulp lists play like one Artisan maybe. I didn't realize the trick to having a good tournament run was just Advil. That was the missing piece for you, Slab. Does this Japan tournament have the black and white stuff legal? It does, yeah. Japan tournaments always have the new cards legal. If there's new cards that exist, they'll be legal at every single tournament in Japan. The new cards are always legal. The only question is like the rest of the tournaments in Asia, besides China, because they're behind. So how Guardy has to approach the grip matchup? KO important stuff with Screamtail or one-hit KO with Drifloon. As long as they can't return, knock you out. I hope they don't have boss. Do you think Blissey is good in this meta? Nope. Why doesn't Mewtwo EX as Spite Ups not seem viable? Besides Dusclops, I can see the Grass as Psychic Clefairy throw in there being useful. Just getting crushed. It just kind of gets crushed by Iono. That's like the main reason. But besides that, like the deck isn't not terrible. Like the power level of Mewtwo Spite Ops isn't like would you go up to 2 E-Switch? I don't think so. I think I'd play a Rescue board before I played the second E-Switch, but yeah, Mewtwo EX Spite Ops is like the power level of the deck honestly is like pretty reasonable. It's just like not better than the other good decks, basically. The bench space Badoo takes is so bad. It's so bad, man. It's so bad. Like I can't imagine running 2 Badoo in Grimmsnarl because the chance that you just open it is so high at that point. Like that just seems terrible. Appreciate 6 ones there, Indy. But I think even running 1 is just kind of a throw. I don't know. Grimmsnarl can be like a pretty aggressive deck. Like you just go second or go first. You can turn 1, turn 2 Grim them, or turn 2 Grim them like pretty consistently. Like What are we waiting for? Let's start swinging. Like, I feel like it's best to just force the possibility of the triple Grim board. Like, and sometimes it'll be like, you'll go Candy Grim, attack with Grim, they'll KO it, and you can't get another Grim. That's fine. Then you go Grim, you go no Grim, Grim, take 2 turns off, and then you Grim them at the end of the game to win after you like Frost Last Monkey Dory their board. But so what's your thoughts on the Tim Franklin, Ian Robb, Grim Starless from NAIC? It's interesting. The Pheasantipity is interesting. I mean, they played a heavy nest ball count, so like playing Pheasantipity makes sense potentially, but I don't know if it's worth playing still. It's interesting, yeah. For the faster matchups, it's kind of cool to be honest, but would you play Cleffa instead of Badoo and Grim? No, it's like got the same problems. The only thing I would consider for like draw support through a Pokemon would be like Fez. The Fez with like a heavier nest ball count is interesting. I'm not sure it's worth running, but I can get behind that a little bit for sure. How hard was it keeping track of Frostless damage counters in an IRL setting versus PTCG Live? It took a little bit to get used to, but it wasn't crazy. Board is good versus Guardy. Overload Grim ahead of Confusion. Same reason Balloon will be busted. Yeah, the board is good against Guardy. That is true because they do the confused stuff so much. Do you feel like you need a 3/3 Snow Frostlass? No. I think that's overkill. The only matchup you want that against is like Joltik Box sometimes. And Raging Bolt's the main one. Also, like Golden Go, it can be good, but it kind of depends. Like you can just triple Grim Golden Go. You can set up 1 Frostlass and then triple Grim them. So like, yeah, no, I don't think 3/3 Frostlass makes sense. It's just so much space. Because like, Guardy matchup, Dragapult matchup, like any Dragapult matchup, you only ever want to set up 1/1 Frostlass on your bench. You only ever need 1/1 to like pressure, so I don't know. 2/2 just seems like overkill, or 3/3 seems just like overkill. And if you go up against Bolt and you prize a piece, that kind of sucks. But then you have to like play through that situation. So, what do you think about Gabriel Fernandez Zard Pidgeot? I've been testing it and surprised me a lot. It seems fine. Might be the best way to play Charizard. Is Torblane in Japan? He is, yeah. Who do you root for in the major? I mean, I kind of want to see Vitality get to the finals, but I don't really care if they win. Just like them getting to the finals, like them being able to fight for the, like, it's gonna be most exciting if Vitality is in the finals. That'll be the make things most exciting. Whoever gets there against them is kind of whatever. I don't really care too much. Or FaZe. Wait, can FaZe versus Vitality happen? It can't happen, right? I think Vitality and FaZe are on the same side of the bracket. So, wait, no. They might be. I mean, FaZe versus Vitality, ideally. I actually don't know what the bracket looks like, though. Think Typhlosion will pop off with Bangle reprint? I don't have, like, super high hopes for it. I want it to. I want it to be a meta deck. I think, like, I want Typhlosion to be a meta deck. I don't know about pop off. Like, I don't have, like, ridiculously high expectations for it. But, like, I want it to be, like, a tier 2, tier 3 deck with Bangle. It just seems like, I mean, that's such a huge boost to the deck's power level. Like, it's an insane boost to the deck. I hope it, like, is able to do something with it for sure. Spidops feels like it wants to drop Mewtwo. Honestly, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Curry. Spidops is like, bro, why do I have this Mewtwo in my deck? But it feels like you kind of need the Mewtwo for some matchups. Yeah, maybe playing a lower count is correct. Do you put the Fez and Grim at this point? No, I've not tried that yet. You like the actual meta? I currently enjoy playing the PokemonTCG. What decks did you lose to? Raging Bolt, Grimmsnarl, Guardy, and something. Poltzard. Talk about pivot options for Grim. I was thinking of testing Turo. Nah, Turo's terrible. You're never going to find that thing. You're never finding Turo. Is Team Devo good in Snarl? It's fine. It's good. Having the threat of it, is almost more important because it makes your opponent play the game. If your opponent knows you don't play TM Devo, they don't have to play the game, or they can play the game weirdly. But if they know you have played TM Devo, you like force them to play the game, or you just kind of eventually beat them with a TM Devo play. It also comes up a lot in Mirror. Honestly, the TM Devo comes up a lot in Mirror, but I think the worst thing about Mewtwo Rocket is how bad it is against Monkey Dory. What could be the answer? Mewtwo Rocket seems fine against Monkey Dory. Oh, you mean to like kill your baby Spite Ops maybe? Counter to that would just be playing Bravery Charms, but I've never felt overwhelmed by Monkey Dories when playing the deck. You just gotta evolve, like, because you get out triple Spite Ops turn 1 with your supporters, so you just gotta evolve them before the monkeys pick them off. Has your opinion on Mewtwo changed? I have seen the more refined list perform decently. No, opinion's about the same. Is Zora good to play right now? Doesn't seem particularly strong. Apparently Twitch has been banning people for combining Twitch and YouTube chats, just warning you. I saw that on Twitter. I think that's for a different reason, but I could be wrong. Maybe yeah, because like a lot of people are still doing it, but not getting banned. If you're talking about like if you're talking about Nutty, I don't know if you're talking about Nutty though. Did that catch your attention at NAIC? Not overly off the top of my head. 2 Grim or 3? 3. You see Apple's made day 2? I did not. What do you think of Petron EX and Grim? Terrible. Is Joltik Box still good? It's pretty solid. Well, I don't know how it is like next format, but it seems pretty good right now still. You think Toad will go up or down in play? Or is the meta going to shift away from what makes Toad playable? I don't know. I'm not thinking about current meta. The current meta just doesn't matter. Waiting for the black and white cards to come out and then playing in the new format. I think the new cards from Destined Rivals got played less because it was the first event with them, or because they were worse in the meta. They got, I don't know, who knows. They got played as much as people thought they were good. That's how much they got played. Is 4 Monkey Dory overkill? No, probably not. Maybe in Guardy, but I like the updated Typhlosion deck. Max Belt has helped a lot more than Secret Box. I did keep that red candy as it came in clutch. Kind of want to throw in the bundle too. You can never go against the bundle. Yeah, the max belt feels like it's necessary right now. But once we get the new Silver Bangle, I think you can cut it for sure. Thoughts on Double Evo and Grim? Is it necessary? Yes. How'd you get the dice to line up so nicely in your box? I have someone pre-dethroned like an insert for me. Which has been banning people, streamers for multi-chat, remove the icons at least. Have they actually? Has this been like a consistent thing? Do I actually need to remove it? Maybe I do need to get rid of it then. Dude, that would suck, dude. Why, dude? Twitch is so annoying with that. Alright, we'll do this. Where are my settings for my chat? What the heck? Okay. Gotta find the setting now real fast, so let me see if I can find it. I'm not trying to get banned. Remove YouTube chat now. Would you go back to second Countercatcher and Grim? No, Countercatcher is also like just bad in the deck. Oh, that's like another thing as well. Yeah, counter catcher is just bad. It's just like not good. Like 1 is fine. Like all you need is 1. 1 is still good for like, especially for the more aggressive matchups, but you don't need more than 1. That's on Blood Moon, Ursa, and Grim. It seems it's not worth it. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think it's worth it. I'd rather just like play more heavily into like setting up an extra Grim in a game instead. Would be my goal. Not change it. Having to worry about that stuff is like so annoying. Do I actually like completely remove, if people are actually getting banned for it, do I actually just like completely need to remove YouTube chat from my screen? That'd be kind of annoying. I can still have YouTube chat open. I just have to like look at it separately, which is like fine. And I just need to pull it up separately. Or I gotta pull up, let me see. I can do it like this. Okay, hold up. Let me figure out how to do this real fast. Because I should be able to have... Yeah, I should be able to make this work actually. I just need to reset this thing real fast. Having to worry about this stuff is so annoying. I wish like Twitch would just be... I don't know why Twitch is like against that. But I'll still be able to read YouTube chat. It just won't pop up on screen, which is like fine. Alright, let's see if this worked. Whether or not they are banning YouTube chats, it's still against the rules to combine the chats. And probably not worth the risk. Yeah. Well, no, I know it's against the rules, but like it's... We'll leave it at that. And yeah, I'm not trying to get banned. All right, I should be able to see YouTube chat again, I think. Oh wait. Maybe. Let me test. I see YouTube chat. Okay, I can. Supposedly some major Twitch streamers show YouTube plus Twitch combined on YouTube, but Twitch only on Twitch. Oh, okay. I don't know how to do that though. It's better to buy the singles to Marnie's deck or to get the battle deck. I have no clue. I don't know what the value difference is. You'd have to do the math. How lucky was it I hit Toad Scroll and Festival League day 1? I honestly don't even think Toad School is like that bad of a match. Well, imagine you have 2 chat windows, one combined, one not, and push each to a separate stream. Or Pat's, what I've ever done in OBS. Yeah, I don't know actually how I would do that. Maybe like a send a source specifically. Also on Garchomp Azul. Saw quite a few in day 2. The deck seems bad. It's like in terms of being, yeah, it seems just like a bad meta deck. We certainly didn't brick when we played. Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, Tojo doesn't seem like a terrible matchup, especially if you can go Grim. But I think going second is just like a huge deal. Like if they just go second, like it's like the matchup is probably unfavorable, and yeah, I mean whoever gets to go second is like a pretty big factor for the matchup. I feel like for sure. What's the biggest difference maker between a local stomper and someone who makes top cut at regionals? The person who makes top cut at regionals is just better. What are the drops for? I think you like packs and something else. I was kind of surprised that there were more Garchomp at day 2 than Typhlosions. Oh, I didn't know that. That actually is a little bit of a surprise for sure. I would not have predicted that. Do you think Miraidon will be played with or without Area Zero moving forward? No clue. Area Zero seems decent in there for sure, though. So going back to Secret Box seems okay. Got Donk Game 1 and Prize Box Game 2. Wasn't a fun series. Yeah, that's going to be rough. Nutty, who made a lot of stream widgets, got a 1-day ban for his multi-chat widget, but it doesn't say exactly why he was banned from Twitch. Why is it better to go second in Toad School matchup? Because you just want to set up and they can attack on the first turn. Favorite energy drink, Azul? You tried the mango flavored Monster? I have. I don't really have a favorite, to be honest. Can you watch the NAIC yet? No, not yet. Other specific things to work on to get better for regionals other than playing more? I guess like maybe being comfortable with best 2 out of 3, but yeah, being comfortable with best 2 out of 3, I guess. That's about it. Do you think there's some unexplored potential in Garchomp archetype, like some way to build it better, or just a mid deck? I think the thing that holding Garchomp back, I think, is the meta. It has nothing to do with how powerful the deck is. The deck's pretty good, but like metagame wise, the deck's not great. But like coming up with a meta, I don't think there's too much more to do with the deck, though. I will say that. But I don't think the deck is, yeah, it doesn't need some revolutionary way to play the deck. It just needs the meta to be different. Yeah, it's not waiting for someone to come up with some broken way to play Garchomp. Of course, always new cards could come out. So, yeah, I think it's more meta than anything. I'd be lying if I said I didn't tie because I forgot how turns worked. Yeah, I mean, being a little bit, yeah, for sure. Like being a little bit comfortable with playing best out of 3, it definitely is there definitely is a difference there. Does running just 2 Grims seem okay? Did you really use more than just that in the matchup? Yeah, I triple Grimmed a decent amount. The reason to play 3 Grims, though, so you don't prize a Grim. It's the same thing with, like, playing 4 Impidimp, so you don't prize an Impidimp. Or the chance you prize an Impidimp. Like, because there's a lot of board states where you want 2 Grimmsnarl set up. Otherwise, you can just lose to... Because, like, if you prize a Grimmsnarl, and you have a 1 Grimmsnarl board state, and your opponent goes, like, knock out Iono, you can literally just lose. Because you just don't have another Grim. It's like this... It's just trying to get as much value. It's basically just trying to maximize your value out of your stadium. Is the main reason to play the extra Grim. It's like playing the 3rd Grim instead of the Night Stretcher. Because if you play stuff like Night Stretcher and stuff, it just is only... It's just not neutrally enabled through your Pokemon search cards. Your stadium can find Impidimp, it can find Grimmsnarl, it can find Morgrim. It cannot find Night Stretcher or Super Rod. So to get value out of your recovery cards, you have to draw specifically the recovery card. But to get value out of a Grimmsnarl, you can draw the Grim or use the stadium to find your Grimmsnarl. I would cut a Grimmsnarl if I was going to play Ursaluna, but I don't think I'd play Ursaluna. But that's the reason to play 3 Grim is so it's not even just prizing a Grim, but if you research away a Grim on turn 1, Your stadium can't find Night Stretcher. Your stadium can find Grimmsnarl though. So like, yeah. The third Grim is pretty good. Also, it's really good against Dragapult. Because having two Grim... Actually, it's good against Dragapult and Gardevoir. Because just having two Grimmsnarls set up as soon as possible. So the Iono just doesn't make it impossible for you to find your next Grim is like a big deal. So I really like the third Grim. I did go down to... Yeah, like the list we were testing to just try and like fit more stuff in the deck. Like we had Maractus in there at one point, but the deck just like flowed so terribly. Like you went down to 3 Impidimp, went down to 2 Grimmsnarl, third Counter Catcher plus Maractus. I forget what else we changed because we were trying to like beat Raging Bolt, and we're like the Raging Bolt matchup feels a little bit better, only a little bit, but the deck just feels bad. Like it's like, dude, the deck does not flow. This just feels terrible. What do you think of Armor Rouge box's potential once Prism and Reshiram come out? It's probably still not great. It's still probably mid, but it will definitely be some upgrades. The deck definitely gets better. Hello again, Azul. It was nice to meet you at NAIC. Good to meet you as well. Worst. Brought 2 Maractus, Badoo, and 4 Counter Catcher. Yo, now we're cooking. That's what I'm talking about. Listen, if you're gonna commit to the bit, then it's 10 out of 10. But 1 Maractus, 3 Counter Catcher, nah. Raging Bolt beats themselves. Unfortunately, that's not quite how it goes, but... Got back from a 10-minute break. Why has the stream quality increased significantly? Something different changed for the better? Are you going to post the last list you would play? Maybe. I don't know. I haven't really worked on the deck to an extent where I'm like feeling comfortable, but... 3-2-2 has felt awful. I don't know how people play it. Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't flow very... It's just like not very consistent. Like you're always like... Yeah, it's just like... Having that thicker Grim line is like super nice. I'm not convinced on the 4th Impidimp, but I'm pretty convinced on the 3rd Grimmsnarl. Like 3-2-3 at least. I'm pretty confident in. I don't know if you need the 4th Imp. The 4th Imp, I'm still unsure about, but he's pretty chill. He's pretty chill. Also, opening with Imp when you play 3 Imp doesn't feel great. It feels kind of sketchy. Opening Imp when you play 4 Imp feels great because that means you didn't open up a Monkey Dory. Like if you have the choice, because like often you'll draw into hands with Monkey Dory and Imp, and you're like, ooh, could open the Monkey, could open the Imp, and then if you play 3 Imp, because you don't know what your prize cards are yet, you don't know what you're playing against, you usually open the Monkey Dory, especially if you play 4. But then if you're playing against a slower matchup, you're like, man, I kind of wish I had opened the Imp because this matchup is going to be so slow. Getting this Monkey out of the active is annoying, and then also them getting potentially KOing it and losing a Monkey is also annoying because the matchup's a little bit slower. So I don't know. What's the ideal matchups for Frostlass? I'm struggling to ever feel the need for it. You can use it in pretty much every matchup. It just depends on the situation. In round 9 at 5-1-2, time gets called before game 3 starts while shuffling up. Do you concede or do you just tie in that situation? You personally? Depends who my opponent is. I know you don't do official coaching anymore, but I appreciate hearing your insight during these little chatting sessions. Great insight into the game, of course. No problem there, Nomad. You should play trainer trials? No. Are you playing anything today before the championships? I don't know. I don't plan that far ahead. How do you deal with getting worn out in these big tournaments, Azul? I mean, playing that many matches in a day, I'm guessing at the end your brain is fried. I mean, a little bit. Depends how much sleep you got before. Depends if you're drinking water, eating some snacks throughout the tournament. If you do all that, you should be fine. Maybe by the last round or 2, you might be a little fried, but... Hi, Blue. Did you see the 2 Zoroark version? One without Darmanitan, the other with Bomb and Rocket Tower? I mean, I saw the build from Cameron. I don't know about the Bomb build. Do you still think Grimmsnarl was the right play post NAIC? Yeah, it was fine. Appreciate the 4 months there, Garbungus. I haven't really cared to think about like what I think the perfect play is, but it's a fine play. The answer is Advil. The answer is always Advil. Do you get a chance to peep Discord messages? I did, yeah. I'll get back to you, Horsey. Yeah, I'll get back to you after the stream. Well, maybe. It depends how light the stream goes, to be honest. I might just crash immediately. Did I see the Zoroark Terrapagos deck? I did. Usually 11 months there. JT2 legit. You able to finish all your games in NAIC? Wondering what's your take on gentleman's agreements? I mean, making a gentleman's agreement is optimal as long as you think your opponent's going to uphold the gentleman's agreement. I was able to. I mean, all my rounds finished. I went 9-4. Some of them would have tied if someone had won a game though. In a situation, definitely could have played faster. I mean, I definitely still could have played faster and conceded some games faster though, for sure. So always room to improve. But making gentleman's agreements is like theoretically optimal. Would you ever drop to 3 monkeys? Yeah, if I thought it was correct. How many Pokemon t-shirts do you own? Quite a few. That's on Zork and Typhlosion. I don't know. I tried. I feel like at that point, Pidgeot is just better. I would like. I guess like it being a stage 2 is kind of annoying. So maybe just being the stage 1. My problem with Zork or Pidgeot in the deck though is that it's putting a stage 2 Pokemon in play. That just kind of feels terrible. When you concede a game versus when you play it out. When you think the maximum return on match points is from conceding or playing out a game. You just do whatever you think is going to give you the most match points. If you think the chance to win the game is high enough to the point where the chance that you win the match goes up by continuing to play this game to get the most amount of match points versus conceding the game, or vice versa, then you concede or you play it out. It's always just about maximizing match points. You see the Hydrapple deck that made day 2? I did not know. Is that shirt 2012 National Championships? I actually don't know. Maybe. Have you Celebi Mewtwo Tornadus list available? No, I do not have a list available. I did play. I played Celebi Mewtwo. There was a Tornadus in the list, but there's no. I played Celebi Mewtwo Terrakion at Nationals that year. It might be 2012. There's a Darkrai on it, so I feel like it is. But I actually don't know. It doesn't say 2012 on it. Yeah, I don't have my list available, but that's what I played. I played, yeah, Celebi Mewtwo Terrakion. I did have a Tornadus EX in there, just one up, but I shouldn't have played it. I should have just played a 4 Terrakion. Can I buy your NAIC playmat off you? I was just going to give it away on stream. You say putting 2 prizes in play is bad in Typhlosion? It's always felt pretty bad. Every time I've done it, I've been like, because like I'd have when I played the Pidgeot build, I'd have so many situations where I'd set up the Pidgeotto, and then I'd be like, I can't evolve this to Pidgeot, or I lose the prize trade, so I guess I'm just not gonna do it. So I feel like Zork can't be that much different. Zork's a little bit more aggressive, I guess, but yeah. So what is the one card you wish you would have ran in Grim at NAIC, and why is it Marnie's Morpeko? Because that card is broken. Are black and white cards legal in this tournament? Yes, they are. All right, I'll win it then. All right. I'll do what I can to rig it for you, Garbungus. Are you streaming only on Twitch today? No, I'm streaming on both. I just got rid of the YouTube chat. Better safe than sorry. People have been getting banned recently for having multi-chats on, so I don't want to be unlucky. Yeah, I don't want to be unlucky. Probably should also delete the VOD, to be honest, dude. I don't want to delete the VOD right now, though. If I delete a Twitch VOD right now, will it create a new VOD if I keep streaming? Does that even work? The VOD is like currently running. If I delete the VOD right now, will it then start a new VOD? Why are multi-chats a problem? Because like they don't like, because Twitch can't like do anything about the YouTube chat. Like they have no, they can't moderate it. Like with their like chat moderation stuff. So like yeah, because they can't interact with the chat. Or stop streaming, start new stream. Yeah, I guess I could do that real fast. I think Poltnor or Poltzart is better. I have no clue. Click stop streaming, start streaming. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna restart my stream real fast. I can still read YouTube chat just fine, but yeah, it's just not going to be on screen anymore, which is fine. It's unfortunate. But if, yeah, if Twitch ever comes around on that stuff, then we'll bring it back, of course. I was on Gabriel Fernandez Zard list. Seems fine. All right, I'm going to stop streaming. I'm going to start streaming real fast. Give me 1 second. Does that work on the VOD end? It does. All right, we're back. I think it doesn't even drop the YouTube stream. Like the YouTube stream just keeps going. And then delete VOD. Should I delete like all my previous VODs as well though? Yeah, I'm just not trying to get banned or have to deal with that. I guess all the VODs get deleted eventually anyways. They go on for a while. What the heck? Is pure Dragapult or plus engine better? No clue. I don't really have an opinion on Dragapult. I haven't played with Dragapult in like, I don't know. It's been formats, to be honest. Dragapult does not interest me at all. Maybe next format, we'll see. Does Lightning make a huge comeback this expansion? Who knows? It's a buff, gets electric, but so good it is. The prime sub there, Naz. Welcome to the Rat Pack. Also appreciate the 54 months there, Villa, and I appreciate the 15 months there, Weebs. All right, well I guess we should go over NAIC. Should we talk through? Should we talk through all of NAIC or should I just go over like my list, my run, stuff like that? I guess we should talk about all of it, right? You think we'll ever see someone max out points in matches like Gabriel did in Singers? No. Hazel, how'd you enjoy NOLA this year? I felt like the event went really well and was more organized this year. Oh, it was good. I mean, I don't know if it was. It didn't. The event felt like it went fine. I don't know if it was more. I don't know about more organized. It felt about the same to me, but yeah, I didn't feel like a major difference at all. Yeah, I did not feel a major difference. From a viewer, this is the IC since it got the first IC since I got into Pokemon 2 years ago. You got any favorite IC events? I mean, nothing in particular, to be honest. You run first in all of it? Okay, sure. We can start with that. Hang on, I'm just gonna delete all this stuff. Just don't have to. If I don't delete it, then I'm gonna be thinking about it. So I just gotta do it. So I don't have to like worry about it. I'm watching about the way the tables are set up with the numbers above and where everything was located. Oh, that's true. They did have like the table numbers on top of the tables for sure. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. It was like a little bit more. There were some good quality of life upgrades. The main thing being that, yeah, the main thing being the main thing being like, yeah, they had the table numbers on like the little things above the tables. And they had a good layout of the map was well laid out. They like the little map thing. Yeah, it was pretty good. It was pretty good. I guess I agree. Overall, the tournament felt about the same to me, but yeah, there definitely was some good quality of life upgrades and like helping people get to their tables and find their tables. Was there a piss chair? I didn't see one. I did not. Unsure. You see those mini stream tables? Did any footage from those end up on stream? Yeah, I did see the feature match tables. No, I don't think any of it ended up on stream. I don't think they were recording or broadcasting it. I think they were just like sending the footage. There was like there's some little stream setups by the top tables, I think, of Masters Division. I think they were just like projecting it to the cameras there. There's like a little seating area where people could watch the matches. But as well, me and my brother are from Costa Rica, and we got tickets to go to Worlds. Hope to meet you there. See you there, Craft. I've been to NAIC. Someone on stream recommended me to go to Zesty Creole. TY so much. 10. Two matches, one senior, one junior side area. Yeah. There was like 4 setups. 4 not stream setups, but like filmed setups. But they just projected it to like there's like a little seating area where they just projected it to those TVs. But better to have more than less. And hopefully that's like a test for having more stream content in the future. But if you don't feel like going to Worlds, would you skip it? Or is Worlds different for you to other majors? Now, if I didn't want to go to Worlds, I probably just wouldn't go. But I currently plan to go. Weird question. Is it hard to use the restroom with so many players? They give time after matches. I mean, there's downtime in between rounds where if you need to use the bathroom, you have plenty of time to go use the bathroom. But no, it's not too hard to find time to go to the bathroom. You can also like, if you're like setting up for a game or if you're in the middle of the game and you really have to go to the bathroom, you can go to the bathroom. Just like flag down a judge and then they give you a time extension. What are bad matches for Raging Bolt? Guard War. Made them all matches after the juniors and seniors finished. Makes sense. You think they will change the point system next season? No clue. No clue, don't care. Yo, appreciate 30 months there, Ollie. Should be more where I was for to the Prime sub. Oh, I appreciate the support either way. What's your best Pokemon on your bookshelf? No clue. I lost so fast to Ryuki in round 3 that I got to eat lunch with my kid when he was on his lunch break. Ryuki helped you out there. Honestly, bathrooms felt less cramped at NAIC this year. Just felt like I could go into the bathroom without it feeling like I'm walking into a clown car. Yeah, honestly, same. But I never feel that. I never feel like the bathrooms are really that crowded besides EUIC. Are you doing some VOD review of NAIC matches? I didn't plan on it, but maybe if there's some that are worth doing. Yeah, EUIC is honestly always the oh, what the heck? I gotta reset this one too. Hold up. So I gotta go back to dude, gosh darn. All right, hold up. Appreciate the reminder. So I just have to reset all my things. Should be fine. There we go. So how do you feel about the Lakers selling the team to a new owner? Oh, did that actually happen? Yeah, the UIC is basically the only time where I felt like bathrooms have been like a huge problem. That's one of the few events where I've personally felt it, but NAIC felt fine. But most events feel fine to me, to be honest. Have you seen the Thorns Crustle deck in the online tournaments? I have not, no. UIC with the dungeon bathrooms? Yeah. You get to see the Tord versus Mahone match? No, I did not. I just heard about it. Yeah, I just heard about it. Which ace spec is better, Secret Box or Prime Catcher? Depends on the deck you're playing. Do you think Toadstool will maybe start to perform in the current meta, or do you think Ray Chen just went on some goated runs? No clue. I'm not thinking about the current meta anymore. Not even thinking about the next format either. Just kind of in limbo. Thoughts on the Warriors adding Steve Kerr's son, Nick, to the coaching staff? I don't know. Is he a good coach? How do they handle choosing who plays on stream? If they just pick and someone choose not to be on stream? They just pick whoever they want, really. You can't choose to not be on stream, though, no. You could request to, but they're going to make you be on stream or get a match loss. Lakers sold on Wednesday, I believe, to a new ownership group for 10 billion. 10 billies? The heck? I wish I could do just like one regional between now and Worlds. It does feel a little... It does kind of feel like a little bit like a wasted format, to be honest. If you're under 18, you can decline stream, but that's about it. Oh, can you actually? Yeah, the one thing that I kind of felt after this tournament was definitely it feels like the format's kind of wasted. Because, like, we have this tournament, and then that's it. That's it. And then after that, we have nothing. This format sucks compared to Journey Together anyways. Journey Together. I mean, isn't it basically the same format? What do you mean? We literally got this. It's like this format is like +1 deck. Like we each have Grimsharl. This format is definitely better than last format. We have +1 deck. Why wouldn't matches be able to decline stream? Because they just, if you're part of the event, you're gonna be on stream. You can request to decline, but they're gonna tell you no. You either go on stream or you're gonna get a match loss. You appreciate the 15 months there, Wonderbread. Do you have any news about Psyduck? No, but it most likely won't be legal for Worlds. How's your match against Piper? Nothing crazy. I just drew kind of slow. I did definitely make some mistakes. Did they make you wear the Play Pokemon t-shirt? No. It's only if you don't have like a... If you don't have an approved shirt, or if you have an inappropriate shirt, they'll make you wear something else. YouTube chat is broken? No, I just have to hide it, yeah. People have been getting banned on Twitch for having YouTube chat on their stream, so... Yeah, I just don't have YouTube chat on. I can still read it, though. I still see everything. Would you ever want an English set schedule to be simultaneous with Japan? Yes, that would be optimal. I already said your list was you on Shift Gear. They let you choose the color of the Pokemon shirt they give you. Yeah, you can. They have a couple different colors backstage. You can request a color if they have it in your size. So if a kid under 18 can decline to be on stream for Championship Sunday? I don't think so. Like, I don't think the juniors or seniors could decline being on stream. Maybe they could, though. I actually don't know. I don't think so. I don't think you could decline, but what were the other Grimshaw decks running that you liked? I mean, Nest Ball, a Nest Ball count. Pokegear was interesting. That's kind of it. The Fez was interesting. Like, the Fez is interesting. Like, if you play a heavy Nest Ball count, you can play Fez, I guess, but yeah. There's probably a different story for the championships. Well, Locke, you said they could request to, if they're under 18, they could request to not be on stream, but it doesn't mean they have to fulfill the request, right? Like, they could be like, no, you still need to go on stream, even if you're under 18, right? Or am I wrong? But even if you're over 18, you can you could request to not be on stream. Like, if you're 40 and they tell you, all right, you're going on stream this round, you could be like, can I not go on stream? But they'll probably be like, no, you have to go on stream. For sure. Appreciate the prime sub there, PT. I'm pretty sure you can't legally force a minor to be on stream, though. I mean, you can't legally force a master player to be on stream. They're just going to give you a match loss. A match loss has nothing to do with, what's it called? I know Owen got out of it by saying he's under. Oh, really? So it has happened before where someone's like, no, I don't want to be on stream and I'm under 18. But then what happens if like they make their way to the finals, right? If it happens in Swiss, then it should be able to happen in the finals as well, right? You appreciate the prime sub there, Nuss. Well, they are minors, so they can't be recorded or filmed without consent, so parents probably fill something out. Oh, maybe. Did you see the article with the interview from Chris Brown? I did see it. I didn't actually read it, though. I saw your snippet on Twitter, though, Jake. I did read that. Yeah, but parents agree to the terms of service. I don't think kids agreeing has the same weight. Just not being mentioned somewhere in terms of service. That's what I was thinking. Like, if you register... Like, if you literally register for the tournament, isn't that you agreeing to that, I feel like? And, like, if you're under 18, when you go to register, your parent has to register for you? No? Maybe I'm wrong on that, actually. What happens on Arcanine? Like, obviously, like, at a certain age, but what's the age on Arcanine that you can register for a tournament? I appreciate 3 months there, Saint. Where you gotta wear the 2014 national shirt more often. Is this from 2014? Because someone in chat asked earlier if it was 2012. I don't remember what year this is from. There's no year on it. There might be a year on the tag. It's 2012? This one is 2012? Okay, okay. Who has / had the more hyped rookie season? LeBron or Gabriel? Gabriel? Why is it more hype? Oh wait, like not this season, but like for Gabriel going into the Masters division versus LeBron. I mean, probably LeBron, right? Yeah, probably LeBron. It's just different in the Pokemon TCG. Like having different age divisions is just kind of weird in terms of like comparing something like that. So would you play second Devo or one Defiance and Grim? Second Evo. Second Evo is really good. Are people so bent out of shape about this? I feel like if you sign up for the tournament, you should know there's a chance you're going to be on stream, especially if you do well. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. Well, no, but yeah, I mean, yeah, but knowing if you can or can't decline for whatever reason is definitely good to know. Did you fill out your Shifty's award ballot? I did, yes. Well, actually, I'm going to plug that in chat real fast now that you mentioned it. Let me find it real fast, though. So Kieran and Anil are doing a end of season. I think they did this last season as well. End of season like awards. So anyone who's interested in, and they're leaving they're doing like an open ballot for what's it called. So I'll put the link to the tweet in chat. So anyone who wants to go fill out the ballot. Put it in both chats. Anyone who's interested in filling that out. Well, the reason people don't want to be on stream during Swiss or 60 being leaked, no one is going to decline stream for a finals. Probably, right? You'd assume. But yeah, people don't want their 60 to be leaked. Like it's strictly a disadvantage to be streamed before like before the finals, because then you aren't even footing. Yeah. Actually, it's strictly a disadvantage to be streamed, yeah, until the finals, but... Have you done a bios of the next set yet? I have not. We might do that tomorrow before... Wait, when does the next set come out? Are we like... Is it the 18th, 19th? Actually, it's on what's it called? I can check on Justin. July 19th. Okay. So we're a little bit less than a month away. A little bit less than a month away. July 18th. Did I say 19th? 18th. I guess July 17th on PTCG Live. Yeah, I should probably do it sooner than later. I might do it tomorrow. If I don't do it tomorrow, I'll do it when I get back from content with Chip. Is it advantageous to get streamed if you think you'll get a bonus from the pressure and white noise on your opponent? Sure, yeah. Appreciate the 8 months there, Steven. Do we know the full set list for sure? No, but we're pretty close, I think. We're pretty close if we don't know the exact list. LeBron never won an IC, but Gabriel won an NBA title, so that's kind of it. True. We know the exact... Oh, we do know the exact list? Oh, okay. Usually, if we don't... Usually at this point, if we don't know the exact list, we're only like a couple cards off anyways. We basically know the full list. Where did I end? 122. Did Brandon make an insane insane call by not playing Shaman, or did he not get punished and people should definitely be playing Shaman and Guardy? I don't know. It depends how much it matters in the mirror match. I assume having Shaman is advantageous in the mirror match for sure, though. I would assume having it in the mirror matters. I assume one of the predictions Brandon made though was that the people who were going to succeed with Guardy was going to be their group. So there's no reason to really play it. Because it's not that big of a deal, I feel like, against Raging Bolt. Especially if you're playing double candy against Raging Bolt, it's not a huge deal. Yeah. Because the Bolt... Yeah, if you have double candy, double Curlia, you should be able to get to a Guardy still at a reasonable pace. So Baby Bolt's not going to wreck you that much. Also, Baby Bolt's not as good against Guardy as it is against something like Dragapult. For sure. Have you gone over what you change about your list? No, not yet. I'm so hyped for the Japan Championships. So why does it have to be in the middle of the night for Europeans? Because that's when it's morning/afternoon for the Japanese players, or the Japanese. I was round 12. Fine. It was a match against the Walls. Why must time zones? Exactly. What was your worst matchup? The Raging Bolt? No, Joltik Box is definitely worse than Raging Bolt as far as matchups go. Different time zones, but I thought the Earth was flat. Well, still theoretically, if the Earth was flat, couldn't there still theoretically be time zones? No flat earthers actually assume that there's not time zones, right? I don't know what their explanation is for it, but... What would you change about the list? I'll talk about that soon. Why do you consider it to be on stream a disadvantage? Because then people know your 60 cards. Like theoretically, like what Jake mentioned in chat is also technically true. Like if you're someone who's more experienced on stream, like people will know your 60 cards, and then people will know your 60 cards, but then also the only advantage you could gain from being on stream is if you're more comfortable with being on stream than your opponent, so there's a higher chance your opponent's going to throw than you're going to throw, then that would be like the only reason that you would want to be on stream for sure. Appreciate the 10 months there, Donnie. But also, like, a question with that as well would be like, what is the? It depends how like innovative your list is. Like, if your list is really innovative, then it would be like at that cost of that, right? Yeah, if your list is like really cool, really innovative, then it'd be like at the cost of that. Being on stream is such a treat. It's my goal for every event. See, but Halftail in chat, Halftail likes going on stream. I honestly, I've never like, I actually just don't like going on stream. I prefer to just play at the tables, to be honest, just like the normal tables. Going on stream is just kind of annoying. But I've done it so much that for me, it's just like, I just don't want to, yeah, I would prefer just not to go on stream. It's just like a hassle. I'd rather just play at the tables, for sure. Also, my goal is to win the tournament, so theoretically I'll end up on stream no matter what at some point. But I think before, like actively right now, I prefer not to go on stream. Actively right now I prefer not to go on stream. But like before I had this feeling, before I felt this way about going on stream, I don't think I cared. It was like, if I'm on stream, that's fine. If I'm not, it's whatever. I don't think I cared. But now I've gone to the point where it's been like, I'm like, dude, I just don't want to go on stream. It's just annoying. Although theoretically, because like Jake mentioned in chat, theoretically I would maybe just have an advantage, like over my opponent, because if I play on stream, it doesn't really change that much for me. It's just annoying to have to go up there, play on stream. But for my opponent, they're probably less experienced on stream, so they'll probably play worse than I will on stream. Although I think I definitely play worse on stream than off stream. I feel like I just like not overthink things on stream, but think about things more thorough. Like I just like take more time to make actions on stream than on off stream. So theoretically I maybe have like a stronger advantage on stream depending on who my opponent is. Like on average, my average opponent on stream is probably gonna play worse on stream than I'm gonna play on stream, so my chance of winning that match probably goes up by being on stream. But overall I don't care, it's just annoying. It's not like a huge deal. You appreciate 7 months there, Pickle Plot. I would use 100% brain power on mewing. You'd just be mewing the whole time. Do you think they should just have open deck lists? No. Your winning in with Kenny got robbed from stream. My winning in with Kenny. Oh, on the last round Swiss? I mean, not really. I'd rather them show like 2 players who are 8-0. I don't know who they put on stream that round. I'd rather show them 2 players who are like 8-0, but how'd you not tie a single game as Grim? You just go 2-0 or 0-2? There's some 2-1s in there for sure. There was definitely some 2-1s. It doesn't. Oh no, yeah, it doesn't show it in here. You can't see them. When we go through it, though, we'll see. Stream is my ally. Its energy surrounds us and binds us. Luminous beings are we, not this crude matter. All right. I'm trying to remember. So the first thing we'll talk about, you appreciate the 43 months there, Jaeger. The first thing we'll talk about is just like the list that I played. So this is a list that I ended up playing going into the tournament. The list that I posted on YouTube was like, what was it? Minus a research, minus an imp, minus a monkey dory. I had Badoo in here, some other stuff. Yeah, I forget the list that I posted on YouTube. But did some more testing the night before the tournament, leading into, or not the night before the tournament, but a couple days leading up to the tournament. More testing, a couple days leading up to the tournament, and The deck felt fine. We specifically did some testing against like Raging Bolts, trying to come up with like a cool way to beat Raging Bolt, but we tried Maractus. Like it was like triple countercatcher plus Maractus, so like no Iron Bundle, and it just felt bad. Yeah, it just kind of felt bad. Like the Raging Bolt matchup didn't feel great, and the deck did not feel like it flowed very well. So we were like, all right. I was like, okay. And the rest of my group, Grant and Caleb, ended up playing Raging Bolt. They didn't even end up playing the Grimsnarl deck. But I was like, okay, I'm gonna like. So I like the night before the tournament, I was up to like 1 a.m. In my hotel room, just thinking about it. I was like, all right, how do I what all of the information that I have before me? How do I want to play this deck? And I was like, what cards like? And I was like, I was pretty happy with the list that I ended up playing for the tournament overall. There's still like more that could be changed and adjusted, of course, but I was like, okay, what do I feel like is just not that good in here? And I was like, the Rescue board, I think I had Rescue board in here at that point. I was like, the Rescue board feels mid, the Badoo feels mid, I don't know what other card in here that felt mid. I think I had a Nest Ball in here or something. Maractus feels bad. Countercatcher feels bad. I was like, all these cards just feel bad. Like I rarely ever use them. They come up now and then. What do I need? Well, I was down to like 2 Grimmsnarl. I was down to like 3 Impidimp. I was like, okay, 4th Impidimp, 3rd Grimmsnarl, 4th Monkey Dory, Iron Bundle Shield if I'm gonna keep the 2 Artisan. I had tried a little bit of like a 3-1 split or like a 3 Spikemuth no Artisan split, I think as well. But I was like, I don't know if it's better. 2 Artisan feels fine. Let's just go with 2 Artisan. So the final list here that I ended up playing at the tournament was very much so just like untested, but I was like, this is what feels good from what I've played with so far, or these are the cards that feel like super mid from what I played with so far. So it's just like not play the mid cards. So I cut the Badoo, I cut down to 1 Countercatcher, cut the Rescue board, and then just maximize counts of cards that I just want to see. 4-2-3, 2-2, 4 Monkey Dory, Shaman. Iron Bundle's pretty cool if you play the heavy Artisan count. And then 2 boss. I was down to 1 boss, I think, at one point. I was like 2 Countercatcher, 1 boss, but then I went back to 1 Countercatcher, 2 boss, and then just maximized out the draw supporters. 4-4-4-4. I do like the idea. I guess we'll like talk about this more later as well, but the Pokegear is like the Pokegear and like Piper's list is interesting. That could be cool. So with further testing, I definitely would have changed more stuff, I think, for sure, but for where I was at with my testing, I was like, I don't know, I was pretty confident with the list, I was like pretty content with this 60 cards. I was pretty content with the 60 cards for where I was at in my testing. I was like, seems cool, seems fine. Yeah, so this is the 60 I ended up playing. That's how I got to it. Took the list that I posted on YouTube, brought it to the tournament. Me and my group tested the Raging Bolt matchup, tried to like figure out a Maractus package in there, but you just add so many bad cards to the deck to do that it's just not worth it. I was like, I don't think this is worth it to play all these bad cards, and they can be good in other matchups, but like specifically like for the Raging Bolt matchup. So I was like, let's just play a heavy count of cards that are good cards. More Grimline, more Monkey Dory, more Dark Energy, stuff like that. So that's how I ended up on the list that I ended up playing. Completely untested, 0 games with the actual 60. Just a lot of theory. But once I actually played the list in the tournament, it did feel pretty good, to be honest. The list did feel pretty good. And I would definitely make adjustments from here, obviously, moving forward. I don't know. We'll talk about that, I guess, like after. So let's go to talk about my matches first, and then we'll talk about changes I would make afterwards. So round 1, I hit Ludwig playing Polt Zard. And Ludwig probably drew the worst out of all of my opponents the whole tournament. Game 1... Why Energy Search? Because it just makes like the turn 1 team Evo 3 Secret Box a lot smoother. At first I was pretty set on... Oh yeah, I can talk about the E-Search actually real fast. I was pretty set going into the tournament. Post grind session on stream, I was pretty set on Vessel. It didn't really ever come up where I was like, the Vessel feels terrible. But after playing more with the deck in the 2 days leading up to the tournament in New Orleans, definitely came to the conclusion that the Vessel just makes things too awkward too often through the Secret Box combo, and the E-Search is just better to like play it through the Secret Box combo. The card that the Vessel requires after Secret Box is just too much. So went from Vessel to Energy Search, and the Energy Search I think is definitely correct, to be honest, after playing more with the deck as well. Yeah, the Energy Search just makes everything super smooth. The Vessel makes things pretty awkward, to be honest. So recommend the Energy Search now. At first, I was pretty set on Earthen Vessel. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, yeah, why would I ever play Energy Search? But up to that point, it didn't ever feel that awkward to use the Earthen Vessel through the opening hand with the Secret Box combo. But more games with the deck definitely led to the Energy Search feeling a little bit better. So I ended up on the Energy Search. Azul, big fan. Do you say End's deck is still better with the Arven variant or the Cyrano? I have no clue. I have not played Zork in forever. Do you ever feel like you needed Psychic Energy to attack with Monkey Dory? No. Which bad cards to go with Maractus? To try and make the Maractus fit, I think our list looked like double Night Stretcher, 3 Counter Catcher. It was like minus an Imp, minus a Grim. Maybe we still had 4 Monkey. Maybe minus a Monkey, minus Iron Bundle. 3 Counter Catcher, still playing 2 Boss, second Night Stretcher, and Rescue Board. But like Counter Catcher is really not that good in this deck. It was like super mid. Yeah, Counter Catcher is super mid. Maractus is super mid. Besides the Raging Bolt matchup, it can be good in other matchups as well. Joltik Box can be pretty good. The problem with Maractus in this deck is chaining Maractus is just so hard because you don't have draw power. So chaining Maractus is just so difficult. Trying to go like back-to-back Maractus like is really hard to do. And every deck was playing switch cards for Maractus. Like every Raging Bolt deck had Iron Leaves and Prime or Turo and Prime. Like Tord was playing double Turo. Can't really utilize the thing too much against Gardevoir that often, but you can sometimes. Kind of just depends on the situation. So yeah, not a big fan of the Maractus because not only does it like not win you the Raging Bolt matchup, chaining it at all against it is just like terrible, and it's like just so bad in every other matchup. And you have to play so many cards to like actually like be able to make the thing function in the deck. You have to play like second Night Stretcher, 3 Counter Catchers, the Maractus itself, and Rescue Board because you need to be able to pivot from a Pokemon into the Maractus. It's just way too much, way too many bad cards for a card that doesn't even win the Raging Bolt matchup. The matchup was still like unfavorable. So you test Clef at all? I did. It's pretty mid. Yeah. How many Iron Leaves did you run into? I mean, we can check for sure. I think 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Wait, no. Kenneth did not play the Iron Leaves. 3, 4, I assume. Yeah, 4 or 3. I guess 3 Iron Leaves overall. How do you go about predicting tech cards other decks will play to adjust for the tournament? Just paying attention. Just like what is like the quote I've heard before, like keeping your pulse on the meta or whatever. I like Isaiah Williams' list going all in on Maractus, but going half in is bad. Yeah, exactly, Jake, for sure. Yeah, like Isaiah's build, like yeah, he was all in on Maractus. If you're gonna do it, you got to go all the way. You got to commit to the Maractus bit and just yeah, because like Isaiah played 4 Counter Catcher, 2 Maractus. I don't know how many Night Stretcher he played, but yeah. How many people use your Artisan for monkeys? Must feel super bad though. I don't know if I know they're gonna do it, so it's I only put it in play and use it if I know I'm gonna get value out of it or I feel like I'm gonna be ahead. So yeah, I didn't really ever care, to be honest. Appreciate the 9 months there, Izo. Do you like the 2-hour candy? Yeah, it's pretty good for the aggressive matchups. The immobility of Maractus is such a huge is a major problem. Dude, that's what people say. That's just not true. If your Maractus is in the active and your opponent is not doing anything, you're winning the game. You don't want to move your Maractus. You want to just Maractus again. I've heard so many people say that. You need to play Rescue Board so you can, once they kill your Maractus, you can get a new Maractus into the active and do it again. But if you use Maractus and then can't move your Maractus, you do not care because you're winning the game. You have Maractus, Frostlass, Double Monkey Dory set up. You're winning the game. You're doing more damage than your opponent. You're drawing prize cards faster than your opponent. Yeah, Maractus having 2 retreat costs literally is irrelevant because you're winning. The game is over. You've won. Did you come across many players playing the Blissey EX deck with monkeys? No. I'm honestly surprised Rocket's Porygon isn't seeing any play. I mean, it's pretty bad. Keeping your finger on the pulse. Yeah, keeping your finger on the pulse of the metagame is how you figure out what tech cards people are leaning towards and starting to play and starting to include for like certain matchups and certain situations like that. What was the walls deck you played against? We'll get there. All right, so round 1, I played against Pult Zard. Ludwig here with Pult Zard. I'm actually gonna get to fully see my opponent's 60s now as we go through this, which is actually kind of interesting, to be honest. Game 1, I believe I chose second, and I opened Monkey Dory. I think Ludwig opens Poffin, you know, Charmander's Dreepies, whatever. And then I go, I open Monkey Door and I go draw, attach, pass. And then over to Ludwig. Ludwig gets to, I don't know, I think TM Evo's that turn maybe. And then I top deck Iono, so I'm still in the game. I don't know if I get a TM Evo off that turn or not. But in game 1, Ludwig literally never sets up a stage 2. I do not know what he drew, but he never set up a stage 2 Pokemon. He never got to a Charizard or a Dragapult, I'm pretty sure, in game 1. Like, just nothing. Game 2 went a lot better for him, but he bench locked himself out of Charizard, I think, at one point. And Charizard is kind of the scarier Pokemon in this matchup because it can set up more threats in play at the same time. If you can like isolate one threat up against Dragapult and just KO it as Grimmsnarl, you kind of just win. But that's why Charizard's the bigger threat because Charizard can set itself up and like a Dragapult up as well. So that's what's Charizard's a little bit more scary than Dragapult because it's really easy to like, if you go up against a Dragapult deck as Grimmsnarl, if you just KO like their one Dragapult they set up, you just kind of win the game if they don't have another one. But Charizard can set up multiple attackers in a turn. So like limiting their Charmeleons and Charmanders is important. I think I KO'd like a lone Charmander at some point and he was like stuck into like just Dragapults, and then I had a bunch of Monkey Doors in play and I just kind of won game 2 pretty easily, to be honest. But game 1 was kind of scary because he opened Charmander and I went attach a Monkey Dory, pass. So if he has Candy Charizard there, he just knocks out my lone Monkey Dory and I lose. But then I top decked Iono and then he just literally never set up a stage 2. I don't know what he was drawing on his side of the field, but game 1 he didn't set up a Dragapult or a Charizard. And then game 2 kind of went as planned. So yeah. Round 2, I hit a Joltik box with the Magneton. That's right. He was playing the Magneton. And I don't exactly remember how this set went. He did play it pretty well. Good Bravery Charm placement on... I think he maybe did make a mistake at one point. He like attacked me with Iron Leaves. I guess the thing is he doesn't play Switch. He attacked me with Iron Leaves, but instead Bravery Charmed his benched Iron Hands. But in this situation, I guess that makes sense because he doesn't play Switch. So he can't like switch the Iron Leaves out and back into KO the next Grimmsnarl. So... No, but then if I KO the Iron Hands off the bench, then I reset the Iron Leaves for him. In my head, I was thinking he should have, but I guess if I punch his Iron Leaves, maybe I could have like sniped the Iron Hands off the bench. Maybe that's why he did it. I don't exactly remember, to be honest. Yeah, go up against Joltik Box round 2. I don't actually remember a lot about this game, to be honest. I remember in game 3, I think he prized Magneton, so he wasn't able to go for like an aggressive turn 2 amp. But the Magneton is definitely interesting. It opens up like more aggressive lines of play that you can possibly take. So it's like the Magneton's kind of interesting. Yeah, I don't really remember how these games went, to be honest. I'm not going to lie. But yeah, beat Joltik Box round 2. Then I go up against Meal with the Raging Bolt deck. And this is a game where I maybe... Game 2, I just basically drew really slow and he just kind of cooked me in a couple minutes. Game 1, I had... So there's 2 ways you can play the Dragapult or the Raging Bolt matchup. You can either set up double Frostlass and then let them draw 3 prize cards and then... go Grimmsnarl at the end of the game. So you just kind of sit there with Frostlass, and yeah, you just kind of sit there with Frostlass and Monkey Dories, push damage to their side of the field, build up damage with Frostlass, and then feed them 3 prize cards, and then go Grim. Or the way that makes it, if you can get a Frostlass set up and then go Grim, you just basically win. Like you can't lose, as long as you have a Frostlass set up alongside Triple Grim. So game 1. I believe he opened Baby Bolt. I got like the full combo down, get my Shaman to my bench. And then when I TM Evo, I can either get out double Frostlass or I can get more Grim Frostlass. And my current hand had like Grimmsnarl, and maybe even had Candy Grimmsnarl. And then I also had more Grim to back it up. Plus like draw supporter. So like, well, I get Grim plus draw next turn. I may as well play for the triple Grim play. Because I just win if it works. If I am able to chain 3 Grims in a row, I just win the game. And if I don't get it, then I can kind of go back into 1 prizers. So that was maybe a mistake. I maybe should have just committed, because I did have double Frostlass in my deck. I maybe should have just committed to setting up double Frostlass and playing it slower and going feeding 3 1 prizers while I just like Frostlass and Monkey Dory damage. But I split. I go 1 Frostlass, 1 more Grim, which I think, like looking at first in the moment, I thought I messed up. But like thinking back on it now, I don't think it would have mattered. And I think it was probably the better play to play down to the triple Grim line. Because it just gives me more outs to win the game, I feel like. The problem with the Grim Punch, though, I guess, is I was KOing Baby Bolt plus setting up Fan Rotom or a Hoot Hoot to get KO'd eventually. So the problem with taking that line in that situation, I guess, specifically, is I'm not punching a 2 prizer with my Grimmsnarl. So the damage I'm building up in play is just less to build towards a win condition. but I think it was still fine looking back on it. But basically what happens, and this happened like 3 times in the tournament total, I think, is I TM Evo, I get my Frostlass set up, I get my Morgrim set up, he goes KO my Impid Imp or something, and I go push Morgrim or Impid Imp, and I go Candy Grimmsnarl, whatever. So I go Grimmsnarl into play, Iono, and then I just draw 6 dead cards. Not dead cards, but no draw supporter. And then next turn, top deck, I get the double KO in play as well. I get the double KO plus top deck, and I'm pretty sure I just brick from there. Or he judges me on the next turn. I remember him judging me, but that was maybe in game 2. And I brick off the judge. So yeah, I don't know if it would have mattered if I had gone for double Frostlass or Grimmsnarl Frostlass, because either I played an Iono and I bricked, or he judged me and I bricked. And then I just never recovered from the brick. So not like a full brick, like my hands are playable, but like I never drew like a Research or an Iono to like keep things moving through the deck. So yeah, that's how game 1 went. And then game 2, I just opened really, really slow. Chose second, no TM Evo, got cooked pretty quickly in that one. There was potential for a comeback, I remember, if he didn't draw a Jamming Tower, but because he had a lot of damage set up in play. I had like a board state where I was able to make a comeback. I Iono'd him to 1, countercatchered his Raging Bolt, but then on his turn he went like off the Iono. He had like, it was maybe like a turn, maybe he also drew like off the Mew or something, but he went like fill bench, Jamming Tower, Burst Roar, and with the Jamming Tower bump, he got rid of all of his liabilities, and there was no win condition for me at that point. So if he didn't have Jamming Tower that turn, I had another Iono, and I could Iono him back to 1, and then there was possibly a win condition. But with the Jamming Tower that he had, actually maybe I didn't have the Iono, but him having Jamming Tower made it impossible for me to make a comeback in game 2. So there was hope for like a second. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. I don't remember this match against Brian literally at all. I'm trying to remember. Oh no, now I do remember. I do remember it. I mean, this was, I don't know. This matchup for Grimmsnarl just feels like unlosable. I think Brian did win. Brian did win game 1, I believe. But dude, early, I had a slow start, and then he cooked me pretty quickly with Dragapult, I believe. The game 2 was also looking kind of sketchy, if I remember correctly. I had a slower start, but he also like whiffed in the mid game, and I was able to make the comeback. And I think game 3, I kind of cooked him in game 3, if I remember correctly. I think game 3, I just kind of cooked him. I just set up cleanly in the game 3 and took over. Yeah, I think his Genesect made things weird, actually. I think he got like an early... No, in game 1, I think he had an early Genesect. I think he had like turn 1 Genesect against me in game 1. So he's like doing me turn 1 Genesect. I guess the Genesect didn't matter. No, Genesect, I had like 1 turn to use my Secret Box, but then he took that away from me, I think. I don't think that would have been big. I don't actually remember, to be honest. This was like a close... The overall set felt pretty close, if I remember correctly, though. Except for game 3. I'm pretty sure game 3, I just kind of cooked him. Yeah. Round 4 against Eric, another Joltik box. This one, I think Eric definitely made some mistakes. Both games, the Joltik box just goes ahead in the matchup every single time. Appreciate the 10 months there, Drago. So both games he gets super far ahead. And then I remember specifically, I'm both games I make a comeback through Iono. So I go Iono, and then I like take prize cards or don't take prize cards to not trigger Pheasantipity, I forget. And then, you know, get my 6 prize comeback or whatever. Or he's like down to 2 and I have 6 stuff or something. Game 1, I don't know if he had an option, but game 2, he purposely did not go wide unless he prized everything. So we're getting to the turn where I'm about to Iono him in game 2. And he goes Arven for Ultra Ball plus something. Doesn't play Ultra Ball. I'm pretty sure he had to have prized Iron Leaves in game 2. But then he plays a Nest Ball and fails it. So unless he prized Mew and Fez, he should have grabbed one of them. Because I had to draw prize cards that turn to limit his options. I think on that turn I was going KO Iron Hands, KO Galvantula. Like I was KOing both things or something like that. Like I was removing all of his threats from play. And I could do it. But he chooses to not bench Mew or Fez. And then that allows me to make the comeback. I Iono him low. Knock out all threats, and then he just like draw passes until I win. But he played Nest Ball, failed it, and took Ultra Ball off Arven. So could have got Mew and Fez, theoretically, if they weren't prized. I at that point, I was assuming Iron Leaves was prized, I think, or maybe Galvantula, I don't remember. But he got the Ultra Ball, but just didn't use it. So I was like, well, he definitely prized something here. And then he played the Arven, or he played the Nest Ball and just got nothing. He like, played Nest Ball, failed it. But I was like, unless you're 4 prize cards remaining, there's like Fez, Mew, Iron Leaves, maybe Galvantula. I was like, it's pretty unlikely. I think he chose not to go wide to try and limit liabilities, but in that situation, you definitely that's the turn you go wide. Up to that point, him not going wide was probably correct, but on that last turn where it's like, if I don't have Iono, I lose, you have to go wide to like create more pressure, because then I was able to just KO both threats and not worry about anything else. So, Definitely a mistake from him, I think. Unless he actually literally did prize Mew Fez. But I think it was a mistake there. Azul, any tips on how to enjoy the game again? Lately, I've had a hard time having fun with Pokemon. I don't know if the format is just not clicking with me, or my ADHD just stopped finding Pokemon interesting. My main way of playing is live and testing decks with my brother. We live in a small town in Mexico, so our main way of getting better is just grinding games against each other with different decks. Appreciate the 3 months. I mean, just probably trying different decks. Maybe not putting as much pressure on yourself to like do well or to like have to win. You have to just like enjoy the process. Like if your goal is to like get better, you have to enjoy the process of getting better. It sounds like your goal is to get better, but you have to like enjoy the process of getting better as well. And try and like push yourself to like the next level with certain decks, or just like the game in general. Just take a step back sounds like a burnout. Yeah, it could also just be kind of a burnout situation. Maybe just take a break for like a month or something as well. Just take a break for a month and you might be all good. But if yeah, it could be like what Jake Kierhart just said in chat. If you always switch decks, you can try maining one for a while. Yeah, do the opposite maybe of what you're doing. If you're only maining one deck, maybe switch decks. If you're just switching between all the decks, try maining one deck and try and like get to like a higher level of play with that single deck, and try and like go through that process, and maybe you'll enjoy that process. So yeah, I'd say do the opposite of what you're doing. If it's switching between a bunch of decks or maining one deck, switch to a new deck or stop switching decks, and then go through that. And if you're still not enjoying it, just take a break. Take like a month break. Just come back when the next set comes out or something like that. Appreciate the 9 months there, Enzo. Congrats everyone at NAIC Azul. Appreciate it, Enzo. What do you think? Joltik Box needs to be the same level as Guardian or Pult? No clue. Then I played against Lily in round 6 playing Garchomp. Game 1. Lily had a terrible start. Had like a Gibble down on the... My start wasn't that much better. To be honest, my start was like also really slow, but I was actually playing the game. Whereas Lily was literally just draw passing. Yeah, Lily was literally draw passing. Had everything except TM Evo to work with, I think. And it got to the point where I KO'd Lily's Gibble before Lily could find anything. I think Lily then... The turn I KO'd the Gibble, I think Lily top decks Buddy Poffin. Buddy Poffins for 2 more Gibbles. I continue to put pressure on the board just by attacking. And then Lily top decks Iono Arven or TM Evo, but gets to Gabite on the following turn, and then is finally playing the game. But for game 1, I think I'm way too far ahead. I think Lily just scoops at some point. Yeah. I don't know at what point, but it was like we're getting close to where I'm about to win anyways. I'm pretty sure scoops. Game 2 was definitely more interesting. It was still an awkward opening though, where I believe Lily had the TM Evo, gets to the Gabites, but opened Roselia to TM Evo out into the Gabites, and then I have an early boss on a Rose Raid on the bench, and I just trap it in the active and just Monkey Dory and Frostlass for like 2 or 3 turns, building up a ton of damage in play, which actually got kind of scary towards the end of the game, because then all of a sudden Spiritomb becomes a way to one-hit KO my Grimmsnarls. But I felt like it was probably correct to take that route, just to play for a potential TM Devo line. So we go back and eventually is able to switch out the Rose Raid to the bench, get into Garchomp, start actually playing the game. At this point, there was so much damage built up in play that Spiritomb was one-hit KO my Grimmsnarls. So I think I do like a feed line where I just like push up 1 prize to go down to 3 to be able to go double Grim to close out the game, I think, if I remember correctly. So just using Monkey Dory to push damage to the other side. I think my Frostlass gets bossed at some point or counter-catchered, and that gets taken away. I'm trying to remember exactly what happened in this one. Yeah, we get down to the end of the game where I just like boss KO a Garchomp off the bench, I think, to win the game or something like that. But it was like, yeah. Lily just drew really slow in both games. Game 1 was way too far behind. Oh yeah, in game 2, I am able to take like a big KO at the end of the game to take a bunch of damage off the board and cap Spiritomb's damage at like 240 or something like that, so not enough to KO a Grimmsnarl. I think Lily wins with a boss, but I like Iono to 1, take a knockout, damage on the board, or take a multi-knockout turn. Iono to 1, multi-knockout turn. Spiritomb can't want to KO my active. Lily needs exactly boss to win, doesn't have boss. Back to my turn. I think I have boss KO'd a Garchomp off the bench and then win, so game 2 was close. Game 1 was kind of a wash. Lily had like a really slow start. You appreciate 20 months there, Astro. Played against Rosh. These games were pretty one-sided. Just I had both games, super clean setup. Like go second, like game 1 go second. TM Evo out. The Frostlass Morgrim into attack next turn. I think I had Iron Bundle as well. Push Badoo. I didn't have like the KO Dracula off the bench play. Actually, maybe game 1 I did. Yeah, there was not much Rosh could have done, to be honest. Game 1 over pretty quick. Game 2 was a little bit closer. But we end up in a late game scenario where I just literally can't lose. And Rosh does make a misplay, but it just doesn't matter. Like I was up 5-1, I think, or 5-6, excuse me. So they're able to isolate the early Dracloaks with energy, I believe. And then we get to the late game situation where Rosh attacked my active my Grimmsnarl for 70 with Jet Headbutt or something like that, or attacked my Morgrim, but that put enough damage on my side of the field to KO his Ursaluna off the bench with triple Monkey Dory. So he shouldn't have attack there, but it also just did not matter. Like the matchup was cooked. If you just set up Monkey Dory, ignore Rose Raid, evolve everything, and put tools on it, on all this matchup seems terrible for Grim. Yeah, I could see that, Jake, actually, because then the Spiritomb just takes over, right? Tools on everything. Set up your Monkey Dory to move damage over so that the things don't get KO'd. And yeah, you take away the Rose Rays. Yeah, honestly, that sounds pretty terrible to keep up with. That sounds pretty tough to beat. Well, no, because the Garchomp player has to still punch your Grimmsnarls, right? Because then you get Monkey Dory damage that should be able to... It might be one of those situations where the Garchomp player shouldn't attack type situation, right? But then the Grimmsnarl player is also not going to attack, but the Grimmsnarl player has Frostlass to still be able to build up damage on the side of the field to the point where they can take knockouts. That'll be interesting. I'd have to play the matchup more, to be honest. But I guess as the Garchomp player, you can just like go for boss knockouts until Spiritomb's online, then you go for the Spiritomb KO. But Garchomp doesn't play any draw power, so then all of a sudden Iono's going to hit, and then you might whiff. So beat Rosh. Then I played against Rowan, and I made a really bad mistake against Rowan. We definitely had an interesting game. I wasn't sure if I had approached this correctly so I don't even remember who won the coin flip. On turn, I think I went second, actually. I got the turn 1 TM Evo. And then on Rowan's second turn, I think Rowan researched away a boss. And immediately when I saw him research away a boss, I was like, oh, okay, I can just play this game. And I knew his list because he had, or I basically knew the list because he had just won the Master Cup or whatever the couple days before. And I saw the list get tweeted out. So I was like, all right, I know he plays 2 counter catcher, 3 boss. I think off the research, he discarded a counter catcher and a boss. So I was like, okay, if he has 2 boss left, I can just literally sit here and not do anything. And then I just win the game eventually. Yeah, I basically just win the game eventually. And it was going that way, but I made 2 big mistakes. One, I discarded my second TM Evo turn 1, but I should have kept that because you want to be able to TM Evo out your Frostlass so it can't just be sniped off the bench from Phantom Dive. Because knowing he only has 2 boss, that means he has to attack through my Grimmsnarl. So if I just set up enough Monkey Dory and he punches my Grimmsnarl, I can always just move the damage to his side of the field and then eventually TM Devo and wipe his whole field in a single attack. So that's what I was playing for. Immediately when I saw a boss get discarded, I was like, okay, I can just sit here and I'll play for a TM Devo line. Make sure TM Devo was in my deck. I don't have to play too aggressively. And it was going that way. But I discarded my second TM Devo turn 1. So in the mid game, I benched a Snow Run to force him to do something. And he went push up Dragapult, punch my active. I think he went gust up a Monkey Dory plus 60 KO Snow Run. And this is after he already played his first boss. He played his first boss, KOs my Frostlass. 1 boss was discarded by research. Then I put down a Snow Run. I think he plays his 3rd boss, bring up Monkey Dory, KO Frostlass. So he's drawn like... I mean, towards the end of the game, he was down to 1 prize card. But if he punches me anymore, I win because I go Monkey Dory plus TM Devo. If I hadn't discarded the second TM Evo, though, in the mid game, I could have gone Arven for Super Rod Evo, Evo'd out Frostlass, which means he can't just snipe it off the bench with Dragapult. He'd have to boss bring up that, KO the Frostlass, and then spread 6 to my bench, which gives me damage to work with, theoretically, as long as I move all my damage to his side of the field. And then he picks up another prize card towards the end game by going Monkey Dory plus 6 from Dragapult on a Monkey Dory on my bench that had 3 on it, or 2 on it, I believe. So I should have kept my Monkey Dories fully healed, and I could have. I just didn't think about that play initially. And then after he did that, I boss KO'd his Monkey Dory, but I forgot to heal my Monkey Dories again. And then he just goes Night Stretcher, Luminous Energy, Monkey Dory back, Dragapult attack, KO Monkey Dory off my bench. But if I just kept my Monkey Dories healed, which I should have done, I probably just beat him with TM Devo eventually. Because either I draw my boss, I think, and I remove all of his Charizards from play, or he attacks me and then I go Monkey Dory TM Devo. I think I'd want to remove the Charizard at that point. I'd have to like go back and look at the prize count. But basically, if I just heal my Monkey Dories with their Adrenabrains, I just win the game. But I messed that up. And then game 2, had to play more aggressively. I went for a really aggressive route early on, which I maybe didn't have to go for. But he opened Fezandipity, KO'd Fez, KO'd Charmander off the bench turn 2. So I took like a 3-prize turn on turn 2, like chose second, TM Evo into next turn, knockout. Removing Charizard as a way to get energy in play, plus KO the Fezandipity that was in the active. And if he wants to put Fez back in play, I probably just win no matter what, as long as I can find a boss at some point. But then in the mid game, I make a mistake again of not healing the damage off my Monkey Dories, and he's able to do a Jet Headbutt plus Monkey Dory play to KO one of my Monkey Dories off my bench that had 10 damage on it. But once again, if I just heal the damage off my Monkey Dories, I was kind of trying to like preserve the damage in play on my Monkey Dories for the possibility of using it later. But I should have just been more aggressive in pushing the damage to the other side of the field. So I don't know if that one would have really mattered, to be honest. We get down to the end game, and I actually just don't have a win condition at the end of the game at all, and he beats me 2-0. I don't know if he could have even beat me on the next turn, but yeah, we're in turns in game 2. He won game 1. I didn't have a way to win in turns, so I lose to Rowan there. Should have definitely won game 1, so definitely messed that up. Should have won game 1, and then he maybe beats me game 2, and then we tie anyways, or if one of us concedes fast, maybe we get to a game 3. So it's possible that we could have had a third game, and who knows where it goes from there. But I should have won game 1 for sure, so that's definitely a mistake on my part. Should have had that one, but just to keep my monkeys healed. Need to heal the monkeys. So lose to Rowan. Then I play against Kenneth on the last round. 6-2. So I could ID in today too, but I'm trying to win the tournament, so I have to play it out. So played out against Kenneth, and unlike the first Raging Bolt I played against, so as a whole, I guess, do you think Grimmsnarl struggled as a whole because of less experience across all the players compared to the established Guardian Pole players? Maybe a little bit. I mean, less top level players chose to play Grimmsnarl as well in comparison to Pult or Gardevoir. So that's gonna affect the results as well. I can't speak for the other Grimmsnarl players, but I definitely made some mistakes in my matches. Like I said, I misplayed against Rowan. I definitely misplayed against Piper as well. I don't think that changes the outcome of my matchup against Piper. I think I was still losing to Piper, but we'll talk about that one after this. I definitely made some mistakes against Piper though, so I could have played better. Not sure it changes the outcome though. But yeah, against Kenneth here, I have the just the insane, like I win the coin flip, I believe, choose second, or he wins the coin flip and chooses first. Actually, I think I actually don't remember. I think he won the coin flip and chose first, and in my opening hand I have Impidimp and Monkey Dory, and I open the Imp, I think, and then I actually debate benching the Monkey Dory because I was like, wait, is he playing Poison Donk? But then I remember Impidimp doesn't die to the jungle, I think. So I was like, okay, I'm safe. I guess I'm good. And then I hold the Monkey Dory. I was like, just in case he's playing Poison Donk, because he chose first. But I was like, it's probably Raging Bolt or something like that. So he goes first. I think has a decent setup. Like he gets going, setting up for a turn 2 attack. But I have Secret Box for Artisan, Poffin, double Snow Run, TM Devo out, double Frostlass. And this game, oh no, yeah, and then double Frostlass. And this game, I also have a hand where I can set up and I can play for the... I'm able to get Counter Catcher off my Secret Box as well. Because in my hand, I believe I had... this game, I actually also maybe went for the Morgrim. I maybe went one Frostlass, one Morgrim. Or I went for Frostlass because I had Candy in hand. And he also discarded his Iono on the first turn of the game. So I'm able to put Counter Catcher in my hand. I remember that. And it goes over to him. And he goes... I think Baby Bolt knock out my active. And then I go Candy, Grimmsnarl, Counter Catcher the grass guy off the bench with double Frostlass set up at this point, I think. Iono, draw, get the imps down, and then from there I'm able to chain Grim, and I go Grim, and just win the game. So that one was pretty easy. Game one was pretty easy, pretty straightforward. Oh no, he opened the Sandy Shocks. That's right, he opened the Sandy Shocks here. Does he play 3? How do I go back here? It opens like a new window, doesn't it? Okay. Yeah, that's right. He opened Sandy Shocks and started being aggressive with Sandy Shocks initially. But yeah, then I go Counter Catcher KO, Ogre Pawn. I don't even think he one hit KOs my Grimmsnarl next turn. No, I think he did, because I think he did one hit KO the Grimmsnarl, the Grimmsnarl with Ogre Pawn, and then I just go Candy, Grimmsnarl, evolve to Morgrim or something. I said, yeah, I think I just went Grim on him there. There's something he could do. Do you miss the second Counter Catcher? No, I do not miss the second Counter Catcher at all. And then game 2. I think he chose first in this one, which was a mistake for sure. You definitely want to go second in the matchup. He chooses first, and then I have the exact same turn. But this time, I definitely TM Evo out double Frostlass. I think both times I did TM Evo out double Frostlass. But this game I definitely did, because this game turned into a double Frostlass game. where I team Evo'd out double Frostlass, and then I think the way this one played out, I actually fed him 5 prize cards. I fed him 5 prize cards because he kept having boss or prime catcher in hand, despite me removing his owls. I pressured his Hoots with Monkey Dories, double Frostlass setup, building up a ton of damage on all of his Pokemon. I was Monkey Doring the Hoots, forcing those to evolve to Noctowls. He runs out of owls at a point in the game that I auto him, but then he is able to go like boss prime. But I have just enough Monkey Dories in play. Like I keep pushing Shaman up against him, and he's just taking knockouts with Baby Bolt, I think, just over and over and over again, just like Baby Bolt knockout. So the first thing I feed him is not Shaman, and I think the first thing I feed him is Shaman, and then he goes Gust around Shaman. I force all the owls at him. I Ono him, and damage is being built up on my Shaman because I have double Frostlass in play. I'm just like setting up monkeys. I think I have 1 imp on my bench. So I would like to double Grimmsnarl him, but he keeps having Gust KO lone imp. So it's like bench imp. So it's like Monkey Dory, Frostlass, imp, Shaman active. Monkey Dory all the damage off my Shaman to his side of the field. And then he goes Gust KO imp. Or it's a Morgan maybe at that point. And then I go, okay, cool. Push up Shaman, Monkey Dory damage over side, bench an imp. I Ono. He goes boss KO imp. I go, okay, cool. Monkey Dory the damage over. Push up the Shaman again. Or push up Shaman again. Monkey Dory the damage over. Bench imp, go. And then he just has boss again. And then KOs my imp. So I feed him 5 prize cards. And then eventually end up on a board state where I can evolve an imp to a Grimmsnarl. And then between all the Frostlass damage, the Monkey Dory damage, and then finally getting a Grimmsnarl set up, I get my last prize cards. I was never in trouble in that situation, I don't think. I don't think I was ever in trouble in the matchup. It was kind of annoying that he had Gust in a row, for sure. But the game was always like in my grasp. As long as I eventually got to a Grimmsnarl, I was always going to win. I did eventually get to my Grimmsnarl. I did win the game on that one. So I entered day 2 at 7-2. And I go up against Piper first round, which is definitely not the caliber of opponent I would want to see in the first round. I would like to, like, Piper's very good. So I was like, all right, here we go. I mean, this is it. This is the tournament. If I can beat Piper, you know, we have a chance to make top cut. If I lose to Piper, that's it. We're kind of done. And I maybe should have conceded game 1 sooner for sure, but actually it got kind of close. And if I didn't have to research away my TM Devo on turn 1, I actually think I would have beat Piper in game 1 if I didn't have to discard my TM Devo. But basically I opened double imp, and I think I won the coin flip and chose second. So like Piper opens imp, maybe it sounded like Monkey Dory imp pass, and I go imp Monkey Dory filch. And one of us put Spike Moth in play, and then Piper goes, okay, cool, Candy Grimmsnarl, knockout 30 on your other imp, push imp, draw, bench imp, filch. So obviously I'm way behind. Piper might have double Grimmsnarl set up at this point. Doesn't have a super Monkey Dory developed board at this point. I eventually get to a situation actually where I finally get to a Grimmsnarl. I get Monkey Dory set up on my side of the field. All I remember is on the last turn of the game, if I had TM Devo that turn, I think I just win, because Piper only had 2 Grimmsnarl set up. So if I just TM Devo, I KO both of them. I had gotten enough damage on board at that point where if I would have KO'd both of them, I would have just won the game. My TM Devo, I discarded turn 1, I think, with research. Or turn 2. Like, it was in my hand and I filched into a research and then played research, discarded it. Or maybe I messed up and discarded it when I shouldn't have. That's also possible. So it was maybe a mistake on my part. I think I remember researching it away, though, not having a choice. But yeah, then going to the last turn of the game, if I have Devo, I win, but I don't have it. So then I'm hoping Piper doesn't have another Monkey Dory. Because actually, if Piper doesn't have another Monkey Dory there and then punches my active, I actually still win. I KO double Grimmsnarl on my turn with boss or counter catcher. Like, there was an active Grimmsnarl had like 150 on it, and then the bench one had some damage built up on it, I think. So if Piper punches my active, I push all the damage to the side of the field. Oh, I had set up 2 Grimmsnarls, I think, at that point. So I had a Grimmsnarl on my bench with a ton of damage on it. So she can't avoid me using Monkey Dories on my turn. I always have access to Monkey Dory damage to work with. So I think if board state was set up a situation where I could KO. If I had the Devo, I could board wipe him. Don't have the Devo. So I was like, all right, well, if Piper doesn't have a 3rd Monkey Dory this turn, or maybe a 2nd, another Monkey Dory, then she can't win the game on her turn. But she had the other Monkey Dory, showing like Arvin, Nestball, Attached Dark, active dies. I lose game 1, almost made the comeback. And then game 2 was pretty similar, but I definitely made some mistakes in game 2. The first mistake I made is I open imp, I choose second again, Monkey Dory, I play Poffin, I only get 1 imp. I should have got 2 imps. I should have got 2 imps down instead. And then she goes once again, turn 2, Candy Grimmsnarl, knockout, push Imp, Candy Grimmsnarl myself, but I don't have another Imp to evolve to a Morgrim on my turn to build up my next Grimmsnarl. But if I had gotten double Imp off Poffin, I could have had that, and then would have been able to build up to my second Grimmsnarl, which would have been pretty good. I think I like go Iron Bundle, and I KO whatever she sends up. I think she pushes Morgrim, I KO the Morgrim with my Iron Bundle push. On that turn as well, though, where did I messed up? Yeah. She did 30 damage to my bench, and instead of moving the 30 damage from my side of the field with my Monkey Dory to her active Monkey Dory or Morgrim or whatever she pushed up, I push it to her bench Grimmsnarl, and then I punch the bench Grimmsnarl for 30 more. And then on her turn, she's able to go double Monkey Dory the 60 back to my lone Imp, punch my active, kill my Imp. Definitely a situation where I'm thankful that I play 4 Imps, but I was so far behind on the board of developed Grimmsnarls at that point that I just couldn't make a comeback. And the end board state was like, she had Shaman, triple Monkey Dory, Morgrim, Grimmsnarl, and then I go KO Grimmsnarl, and then she had like Boss Morgrim KO my monkey for like her last prize card or something like that. But I definitely made some mistakes. I should have benched the triple Imp, or benched double Imp with Imp inactive, and then I should have just healed 30 damage off my side of the field to her active on my Iron Bundle turn on turn 3, or yeah, on turn 2, and then left her with only 30 damage in play, so she couldn't go double monkey plus attack KO my Imp off the board. But if the Imp was a Morgrim, then maybe I still could have built up the damage in play, to be honest. And then at that point, it just comes down to who can find more boss to avoid putting damage in play on the other person's side of the field. But I feel like I do have the advantage because I do have the Iron Bundle. I played double boss Iron Bundle, whereas she only has double boss. So if we both set up reasonably, I think I do have the advantage because I have the Iron Bundle. And even the 4th Imp can make a little bit of a difference. Maybe not like a huge difference. I don't know. We're both like slinging Ionos at each other back and forth. So like being able to set up our Grimmsnarls consistently is also a big deal. Especially like when, like also getting the second Grimmsnarl established through the stadium. So if like she prizes second Grimmsnarl, has to discard one with a research. So I feel like list to list, I probably have the advantage. But yeah, game 1, I filched twice. And then game 2, another slow start. But definitely made some mistakes. So I kind of just have to put that one on myself for sure. Yeah, then I lose to Piper. X3 can no longer make top cut, so usually my my drive or motivation dies a little bit. Dies a little bit once I can't make top cut anymore, but I was still like reasonably locked in at that point. Hit Jaden with the Archaladon poison deck. Now usually we're not too scared of getting donked in this matchup because the Pecharunt jungle poison combo can't KO Monkey Dory or Impidimp. But game 1, I choose second or he chooses first. I don't remember. Yeah, I choose second or he chooses first, and I open Snorunt, and then he donks my Snorunt. Game 2, I choose second again. This time I open Monkey Dory or Imp. Turn 1, TM Evo out to double Morgrim, I think. I avoid... So this matchup's weird. I've never played it against it before, so I had to do some math on the fly. But if I set up Frostlass and then punch an Archaladon that has more damage built up on it, all of a sudden you can get one-hit KO'd by the Raging Hammer. All of a sudden you can get KO'd, one-hit KO by Raging Hammer. So if you hit it for 180... And then if you have Frostlass in play and you hit them for 180, then all of a sudden they're doing 260 back to you. But if they built up some damage on their side of the field with Frostlass, by my Frostlass building up damage on their Duraludon, plus they can get Mochi involved and then poison me, and then I'm taking my own damage from my Frostlass. I was like, I probably should not put Frostlass in play immediately, but I should definitely get Snorunt in play at some point to have the threat of Frostlass. Once we get to the point where they can just like gust off my bench or something like that, I might want the extra damage to work with. So my game plan was set up Grimmsnarls and Monkey Dories, get a Snorunt down eventually, but don't evolve to Frostlass, or like don't TM Evo out of Frostlass, because then I feel like I could have got run over. So that was my game plan going into the matchup, and it worked out pretty well. Once I kind of figured out the matchup a little bit, it went pretty easily. Like the matchup's pretty good for us because we play more Monkey Dories than they play. They don't want to KO us. We don't want to KO them. But me punching Archaladon isn't as scary as them punching a Grimmsnarl, because if they punch a Grimmsnarl, I could like triple quad Monkey Dory them back. But if I punch them, they have one Monkey Dory, so pretty good matchup. I also have Iron Bundle. They also have Iron Bundle, so setting up double Grimmsnarl is pretty good. But it's more beneficial for me. The Iron Bundle is better for me than it is for them, because like if I do Iron Bundle, they need to have 2 Archaladon set up to protect against Iron Bundle. And then if I Iron Bundle them and punch each Archaladon once, that's better for me than them punching each Grimmsnarl once, I feel like. for sure. Because once again, I have a bunch of Monkey Dories. So if they're punching my side of the field, I get to move all that damage back to their side of the field a lot more aggressively than they get to move it to my side of the field. And they do play triple boss Palpad, so that could get a little bit scary. But I'm going to be Ionoing them and not drawing prize cards. Like I'm playing Iono, disrupting the hand, not drawing prize cards. They don't get the draw power with the Fez. So after I got Poison Donked in game 1, game 2 and game 3 went by pretty easily. I just had to sit there and think about the math. I didn't like exactly do all the math, but I was like, I think if I set up Frostlass and I punched them, I could die. So I'm just not going to do it. I was like, Mochi, poison damage. They have their own Monkey Dory. Okay, I'm not punching them. Or I'm not setting up Frostlass. Well, but I think both games I set up Frostlass in like the mid-late game. I put Frostlass in play to put more pressure on them in the mid-late game. So it eventually did make its way into play for sure. But that was this round against Jaden. And then I played against Elvis with the Walls deck. And this was like another, this game kind of felt like the Raging Bolt match against Kenneth here, where game 1, I choose second, win the coin flip, go second. I think he opens Feebas. He mulliganed a Melodic. No, did he mulligan a Melodic? No, I think he just opens Feebas. Maybe I mulliganed. He opens Feebas, so I know it's Walls. So turn 1, TM Evo, double Frostlass, start to build up towards a Morgrim, because you still want to be able to KO their Monkey Dories off the bench. I even think I got an attachment to Monkey Dory. Game 1, he prized both games. He actually prizes Hero's Cape. Game 1, it definitely could have mattered. Game 2, it wouldn't have mattered. I think it was like just got so far ahead so fast. So then he goes Turbo Energize to his Ogre Pawn, starts to set that thing up. But I have like double Monkey Dory, double Frostlass on my side of the field. I think I even have Grimstar on the active as well to start to pressure. Like he opened the Feebas. Well, I didn't want to KO the Feebas. I think I just like maybe I left a Monkey Dory or like a Imp in my active. I just left something in my active while I was sitting there moving the Monkey Dory damage to his side of the field. I think he gets Boss KO Frostlass, but then I just go Super Rod TM Evo, get it back into play. Monkey Dory the damage to the side of the field. I get Grimsnarl set up. He eventually does set up a Monkey Dory. I go Boss KO the Monkey Dory, I'm pretty sure, with the Grimsnarl. I have Morgrim set up on my bench with 2 energy as well. Punches my Grimsnarl or something. But yeah, the double Frostlass plus Monkey Dory is just too much for this deck to deal with. If you do prize a Frostlass, honestly, you're not doing as much damage. But yeah, this deck can't really deal with it super well. And I was curious to know how many boss he played. He actually plays 4 boss. So he can sit there and boss my Frostlass a lot. So that makes things closer as well, to be honest. But the deck doesn't play any draw power besides just naturally drawing into boss. But it actually does play a heavy boss count. But we are putting on a lot of pressure on them, so if they don't have like boss, then it's like not that scary. Because you hit them with an Iono and then they whiff a boss for a turn or 2. And also Grimstar is still nice in the matchup because it's like something that just absorbs a hit for a turn or whatever. So they're not running through your board and running out of resources. So game 1, the Hero's Cape could have mattered for sure. Game 2, it just didn't matter at all though. Like game 2, I think he gets double, he has to put down double Ogre Pawn fast. So I have double Frostlass dealing double damage or 2 damage between turns to both Ogre Pawns, moving the damage over with the Monkey Dories. Yeah, game 2 was over pretty quickly. He did price Hero Cape twice though, but game 2 I don't think would have mattered. Game 1 it could have mattered. Game 1 could have mattered. And then last round against Cal here, playing the Guardy. You appreciate the 5 months there, Squiggle. In both these games, I definitely made some mistakes in the match for sure. I don't remember exactly how but I remember in both games, either he Iono'd me or I Iono'd him in the mid game, and then I just stopped seeing supporters. So the games, game 1 was not very close. I don't think he got ahead on game 1. I wasn't able to like chain Grimsnarls very well at all, and then he just kind of ran over me. I just like fell on the back foot pretty quickly. He kind of took over the game. Game 2 though, I think I did make a mistake. So game 2, I did end up setting up Frostlass. Once I identified that he was a Drifloon build, I was like, okay, I can set up Frostlass here. So I set up the Frostlass, go second, team evolve Frostlass, get Grimsnarl out, turn 2. I opened Iron Bundle, I want to say. Iron Bundle was in play. I think I team evolved with my Iron Bundle. So I retrieve my Iron Bundle to the bench, and I could have Iron Bundled that turn and then benched Shaman, but I opt not to. And then he's able to Screamtail my Frostlass, which I think if I had just done that, I would have definitely put myself in a way better spot. But it was still one of those scenarios where I think I was like, go second, Secret Box, TM Evo, set up. And then the next turn, I go play Iono, draw 6, no supporter. And then if I had put Shaman in play, it could have bought me like another turn or something like that. It could have bought me another turn or something like that, but I opted not to put the Shaman in play, which is definitely a mistake. And then he just immediately has the Screamtail response, KO my Frostlass off the bench, which like reduce a ton of my pressure on board. If I had done that, it would have given me more time probably to work with, more options to work with moving forward. If he didn't have, but he could have had Counter Catcher KO as well. So if he has Counter Catcher KO there, it's probably like the same scenario anyways. He just removes my Frostlass. So you'd set up Frostlass into Drifloon build, but not into non-Drifloon. If I'm playing against a non-Drifloon build, you definitely don't set up Frostlass, probably. And then setting up Frostlass kind of depends on how many Monkey Dories. Like, I was ahead on Monkey Dories at that point. If you're ahead on Monkey Dories, Frostlass is good. If you're behind on Monkey Dories, Frostlass is bad, usually. It kind of just depends on the situation, though, to be honest. Frostlass is like, I don't know, it just depends on the situation. It was feeling pretty good to set up Frostlass there. And it would have been better if I just benched my Shaman to protect my bench. But yeah, I owned myself turn 2, and then I don't think I saw another supporter for the rest of the game, except maybe like an Arvin. So that kind of sucked. And I wasn't able to ever get to a second Grimmsnarl. I think he KO'd my Morgrim before I could evolve it to a Grimmsnarl. That might have been the game where and I know there was one game where I prized double Grimmsnarl, I think. It might have been that game. So I think I had Morgrim hanging out for a turn because he like Screamtailed my Frostlass, which means I had Morgrim in play for another turn. But that might have been the game where I prized double Grimmsnarl. Because then the next turn, I think he went Screamtail, KO Morgrim. And at that point, I still probably could have been Shaman, to be honest. So it was still like a mistake on me to have not been Shaman to protect my Morgrim. So I just had one Grimmsnarl hanging on the Akim, and then that eventually got nuked and died. So definitely made some... In game 1, I don't think there was too much more I could have done, but game 2, I definitely made some mistakes for sure. So overall, a lot of my losses were... Now, I don't know if I would have won these games if I had played better. Like the Piper match, if I had played better... I mean, it's possible I could have won... Or at least pushed that one to a game 3, I guess. I could have maybe pushed the one against Piper to a game 3 if I had played better in game 2. Same thing with Calvin. If I had played better in game 2, could have pushed it to a game 3. Though I guess the only unfortunate part about that one against Calvin, though, is like I think he beat me in turns in game 2. So I never had we wouldn't probably have ever had enough time for game 3. But Rowan definitely could have pushed that to 3 games. Against Meal, against Michael here, I don't think there was much I could have done. Like I said, I could have not gone the triple Grim route, but the triple Grim route was just so much better than not. So I think I made the correct play against Michael. It just kind of ended up going poorly, I guess. Yeah. But yeah, definitely made mistakes. All 3 of my other losses definitely made mistakes that could have at least extended the series, if not netted me the... No, I guess in all these it would have just extended the series, right? Yeah. All these I definitely could have extended the series. Now, do I win there? Who knows? Do we tie? That would be unfortunate, so... Wow. But as far as the list ended up, I'm kind of content with where the list ended up, to be honest. Like, for where I was at in my testing, I mean, there's always more and better, but I was pretty stuck on, like, quite a few things on, like, that last night, trying to figure out what the list that I wanted to play. So I'm pretty happy with where the list ended up, to be honest. There's always more improvements to be made, but for where I was at with my testing and all the information that I had, yeah, I was pretty content with the list. It was just like kind of my play that was lacking overall. As far as like moving forward, what would I change? I'm not even 100% sure, to be honest, but like if we open it up in Builder, we could make some adjustments real fast here, I guess. Like I would definitely try going down to 3 imp and seeing if that feels fine. 4 imp felt nice, but it definitely felt like if there is something that's overkill in here, it's definitely the 4th imp. Pricing a Monkey Dory is kind of bad, so I think I would still play 4 Monkey Dory. Also, it's like one of the Pokemon you're trying to find. So if you just naturally draw a Monkey Dory versus a Nest Ball, it's fine. I would try going down to the 1 Poffin. Actually, that's something that I saw being done in a couple lists. I think it was like the Ian Robb, Tim Franklin list that had 1 Poffin and more Nest Balls. I kind of like the idea of that, to be honest. I think I would also try like this lineup of Stadium cards, but maybe just like 2 Spike with 1 Artisan is probably fine. I still like the idea of the 1 Artisan because you just have opening hands when you Secret Box where you want to use Artisan. Like sometimes you can't get Buddy Poffin, but you need to get Snow Run. So you can go Secret Box for Energy Search plus Artisan, and that becomes your Snow Run. So I think I'd want to keep like this. Maybe it would look something like this. Maybe like a 2-1 split, but probably 3-1. And then if you cut down on the Artisan, I'm not as big of a fan of the Iron Bundle, so this would probably look like that afterwards as well. And then we have like 2 cards left, so these probably just become Nest Balls because we're cutting basic Pokemon. So it's looking something like this, I guess. And then at that point, you'd be like, okay, we have 2 Nest Balls in here. Could we get to a 3rd? Should we just stick with 2? We could try and try in the Fez at that point. Seems reasonable, but yeah, that could be something that's reasonable. If the meta gets slower, you could do something like this as well. Or even just like a 2 and a 1 rare candy if Frostlass is... But if you're relying on Frostlass that much, you'd probably go up to a 3-3 Frostlass, because then you're becoming like a Frostlass Monkey Dory deck at that point, so... I'd probably still stick with like the 2-2 for now, or doing something like this would be fine. But it just depends on how fast the metagame is, to be honest. That'd be like the main. What about the Cactus? Nah, screw the Cactus. Why Energy Search not Earthen Vessel? It just makes the Secret Box combo is just way cleaner, way smoother with the Energy Search. Yeah, that's basically the reason. The vessel combo with energy search is like just super clunky. I think the time gap between now and Worlds will be nice for more top players getting a lot of experience with Grim to have it played more at Worlds. Well, we'll see. We got some pretty impactful cards coming out in the next set. I could see a metagame where Grim's just not very good, but we'll see. Rescue board. Rescue board would have been a card that would have been nice. I have actually been playing a little bit of ladder off stream the last couple days, and I put the rescue board in there and I cut it pretty quickly again. I was like, this card just sucks. I just never use this thing. But like rescue board is like a consideration for sure. There's like a lot of times where you go up against, the thing is like the times where you use the rescue board, the time where rescue board is like most valuable is when you like open Monkey Dory and then instead of retreating an energy off it, you rescue board it to get it to the bench. Which is like kind of cool. Air balloon is probably worth, well, it'd become an air balloon, yeah. The reason to play the air balloon with the rescue board is honestly like the Guardy matchup because they use the confuse attack a lot in the matchup, so. Yeah. Is this the first time NAIC has been one meta and then Worlds has been immediately had a new set slash meta? No, it's more common than not. Like that happens more often than not. What about more Stretcher? I'm just like not a fan of Stretcher that much. It's just not a card. Like a card you can find with your cards. Like I'd rather play third Grim than second Night Stretcher because Spikeblith can find Grimmsnarl. I can't find Night Stretcher, stuff like that. Why no Iron Bundle? Well, because I cut back on the Artisan. I like Iron Bundle, but if you're not playing a high enough Artisan count, then the Iron Bundle kind of doesn't make any sense to play. So it could look something like this, and they could even look like this if you want to like test out that rescue board, I guess. And honestly, if we include the rescue board, I could see cutting back the energy by one as well. If we're playing the rescue board, that's like another way that we're like not losing energy. Because like if you open Monkey Dory, you attach a Monkey Dory, team Evo out the Monkey Dory, or even if you don't team Evo, you can go like next turn rescue board, retreat the Monkey Dory into like a candied Grimmsnarl, and then all of a sudden like you save that Monkey Dory energy. That could be kind of cool. But yeah, something like this. I don't know where else I'd go from here, but I'm not thinking about it too hard right now because there's no tournaments to play for or whatever. We're getting a new set before Worlds anyways, so. This metagame is like already kind of dead, to be honest. The meta and the format are kind of dead. I'll probably like play in some tournaments between now and Worlds, but in this format, still like online tournaments. Yeah, I'm not like thinking too hard about it right now. I don't know, 9 Dark is super nice, but adding another Stretcher could be good. Could be okay. The thing is like on the first couple turns of the game, if you don't have a dark energy in your discard pile, a Night Stretcher is not a dark energy. Yeah, and also Grimmsnarl can't find Night Stretcher. I just want to play more cards that you can find with your Stadium and your Grimmsnarl. That's like basically it. Like I just want to find, yeah, I just want to find those cards. I wonder what you cut to run Tool Scrap, or is it not worth running? I mean, who knows? We don't know what the metagame is looking like for tools. Usually you can play Blood Moon and Master Cup. Any thoughts? It's okay. I think I'd rather just play more Grimmsnarl pieces though. Also Maractus? I think it's just bad. You think Golden Go will get a lot better? I mean, it definitely gets better for sure. I don't know how much better though. I don't know how much better of a play it is as well. It gets better, but how much of like if Typhlosion becomes a meta deck, I don't know if it's cutting it, to be honest. I would Grim get worse next format. I don't know. I don't know what the good decks are going to be. Turn to the basic one with 150 HP. In here? This guy? We're Dynablasting? Well, I think if you're playing this guy... Well, you guys can't even see my thing very well. Let me switch over to... We started so anyways, we started Dynablasting. Do you ever try Petron EX against the Mind Bend turns? No, you just play more mobility cards like Air Balloon or Rescue Board or something like that. Is the Guardian Marnie matchup closer than people first thought? Yeah. I mean, I've always thought it was close. Like after the first time I played the matchup, I was like, oh wait, this matchup's like definitely way closer, which makes sense because it just one hit KO you. Appreciate 10 months there. G Kiddo. Nationals is 2 hours from now. Yeah, just about. Yveltal maybe? No, the Yveltal sucks. If anything, Emolga. Oh shoot, the chat again. Dude, I gotta like keep up with that. Hold up. I gotta like, I'll have to update that. And let me get this. Dude, having to be worried about this is so annoying. Were you happy that you played Grim? Yeah. Would you have rather played Pult or Guardy? Nope. This is definitely a tournament where I'm leaving it, where I was I'm content with my archetype choice and the list for where I was at with my testing. Like going into the tournament, I was definitely, yeah. Going to the tournament and exiting the tournament. Like obviously there's like, if I tested more with the deck, I would change things, but if I tested the deck more, I would have changed things for sure. But yeah, Grim was cool. Glad I played Grim, and then the 60 I played, I'm like, that's fine. It's fine 60. Are you voting for Yapper of the Year at the Shifties? Yes, I already have. Gearhard gets my vote. How do you feel about a 2-1 spike with Artisan from your stadium lineup? I mean, seems reasonable to try. I couldn't land on a Grim list. Felt so scared that it was getting so much hype going in. Wasn't sure if it was going to be like Drago from last year's NAIC. No, I definitely wasn't that hyped. Why is it Turnitus on screen? Why not? How to get new cards fast? I started playing a few days ago. Are you looking to get them on PTCG Live? PTCG Live. I mean, buying codes is the best possible way. Check out PTCGL store. Use code AzulGG to get yourself a discount over there as well. But if you're trying to invest some money into the game, buying codes. Besides that, I don't know the best free to play way to get cards. But if you're trying to put some money into it, codes is the best way. Yeah, that's my my run. Showing what about Turnitus? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Turn 1 attack with the Turnitus going second. What matchup would that matter in? That means we're not TM Evoing, right? Oh, I guess you could also just play it as a one prizer to use in the mid game, right? I guess it's like kind of a cool card to play for like the Raging Bolt matchup, to be honest. TM Evo, turn 1. Going second. They draw a prize card, then you go a Turnitus, or something like that. We could do an NAIC recap. I don't know how much there is to say, to be honest. I'm just like super uninterested in the format and metagame because there's no follow-up. You can also use it to set up for KO against Bolt and Devo plays against Bolt. I mean, it doesn't really I wouldn't say it matters against Bolt. Just punch him with a Grimsnarl. But against Bolt, it's an interesting inclusion for sure. And it's better than Maractus unless you're trying to play like a bunch of stuff. Nice shirt. Where did you get it? 2012 U.S. Nationals. What do you mean by no follow-up? I don't know. What do you? I don't know what you're responding to. You can show off the cool Dango Pidgeot list I got day 2 with. I was 166. Is this it? Is this the best way to play the deck? Have you seen the Rockets deck with only one Mewtwo? No, not specifically that one. But honestly, that might be the better way to play the Rockets decks. No Mewtwo. You said it's uninteresting to recap the current format because there's no follow-up? Oh yeah, because like this is the end. Like we're just kind of waiting for the next set to drop. Like there's no tournaments between now and... It's just like the Singapore tournament, but that's about it. But yeah, we're not playing towards anything. So like I'm personally very uninterested in any of the results from NAIC because they they don't matter anymore in terms of like building on the format or the metagame. It's like, oh, Zorak. I mean, it's pretty cool, right? Zorak getting top 8, Cameron Chinoy getting top 8 with Zorak's pretty cool, but it's like, I mean, I don't really care in terms of like investigating how good I think the deck is right now, because it doesn't matter, and like nothing matters until Worlds, and the new set comes out before Worlds. So yeah, we're not like progressing, like there's not like meta progression to happen. The meta just kind of ends after NAIC, basically, besides the Singapore tournament next week. But can you recap the jank decks? Sure, if you guys shout them out wherever the jank might be. Got into the DCG after watching a few tournaments here and there and watching NAIC properly. When people speculate about the tournament meta for Worlds, why is there so much uncertainty? Can we not have an idea of the meta from PTCGL tournaments, since Destined Rivals is already out there? PTCGL tournaments. Sorry for the long question. Oh, because there's a new set coming out before Worlds. A new set comes out. We're going to see the new set in action literally today. Yeah, there's a new set coming out that's legal for Worlds. Otherwise, it'd be like more interesting for sure. Do you talk about Riley pass play to beat Tord? No. Someone say 60th? Oh, Fabian's Garchomp. Two Team Rocket's Petrol? 258. Dude, sometimes you guys recommend some pretty uninteresting decks. The Blaziken Zorak? Hold up. I heard, isn't that what Joe played? Bernard? Pretty 20 months there, Justin. If you didn't know that was the most popular play for that turn, you're bad at the game. If you don't know that was the most optimal play for that turn, you're bad at the game. I mean, not necessarily. I mean, it's just like a cool play. It can still just be a cool play. Big brain play. I miss plays like that all the time, in terms of like when I'm watching people play or when I'm even playing the game. And listen, if I'm bad at Pokemon, that's fine with me. But gosh darn, where does that leave you, fanboy? What are a couple of cards that have caught your eye from the black and white set? Bangle, Genesect, and Eel. The good ones. It's gonna turn out that fanboy is like freaking Henry Chow or something. I'm gonna get cooked. How come Poltzard list didn't play any Shaman? Because like up against Baby Bolt, up against like the Bolt matchup. Well, maybe it could be a combination of disrespecting the Bolt matchup, but also like Charizard's just really good against Raging Bolt. Yeah. The passing could have been avoided by Tord, but Riley did a hell of a job with it. What could Tord have done differently? Yo, appreciate 2 months there, JT. We can go back and watch the. Let's watch the pass play. I didn't watch it yet. But is there any other moments on the stream that are worth going back and watching? You should watch all of Game 3, not just the pass play. Okay, sure. Is it worth watching the other 2 games or no? He passed like several times. His whole Game 3 was Galaxy Brain. Okay, we can watch Game 3. Game 1, Tord versus Mahone. Appreciate 2 months there, Alex. Raz throwing turn 3 in time after top deck boss is still nuts to me. It's still nuts. Yeah, I thought Raz still won the game, but apparently he didn't. Yeah. Tord put all 6 on Clefairy. The board's a lot worse for Riley. So Tord did make a mistake then. I got top 128. His opponent wouldn't let him pick up the Arvin. Well, I don't. The judges maybe intervened as well. I don't know if it was his opponent. Oh no, I think maybe the judges did. I think thinking back on it, actually, I think the judges did give the opportunity for the opponent to allow him to pick it up. But yeah, there's no reason the opponent should let him pick it up. Pretty big. It was just a mistake. Yeah, whether or not his opponent did or didn't let him do it, it's just made a mistake. What was the event before NAIC that Garchomp won? It was some side event I saw on Twitter. Garchomp didn't win. Fabian got top 4 with Garchomp. I think it was called the Master Cup. Rowan won with Dragapult Charizard. What were you filming at NAIC? I was doing some content with my new team. TM32. Check out Ray Chen's opponent's win percentage. 74%. That's pretty good. Like, can we sort by opponent's win percentage? No. Okada 74-36. 74-13. All right, let me pull this up. So it was day 2, yeah? $37th? No, what is 37th? Or 35th, you said? It's this one. It's got to be this one, right? Terabox? Oh no, what the heck? Dude, what is this? This is cooking. This is what I'm talking about, bro. Dude, they got the mask. We're making the mask work? Actual ogre box. It's kind of sick though. Turn 1 water paw? Yo, what's up, Zul? Is there any update on the Psyduck? We're not getting Psyduck for Worlds. That's what I said I was gonna say last stream. We're not getting Psyduck for Worlds. If it changes, then I'm wrong. Oh well. No, Fire Mask, it's fake. True. Is it true that you hate soup? I don't like hate soup, but I would never get soup. Soup's just kind of mid. Wait, could you do Legacy Energy and Lily's Pearl and Clefairy for 0 prizes? Yeah. I wonder if there's actually something here. I'm not convinced, but maybe there is something here. If I'm a Japanese player who has been playing in a drastically changed meta for months and then a key card isn't at Worlds, I'm pissed. I mean, Japan is always playing in a different metagame. Like, they always have to play in a different metagame than their current metagame, so I don't know. They lose more than just 1 key card every year. They're always playing a different metagame. I guess it might be a little bit more Jurassic this year than not, but no, it's definitely been more Jurassic in previous years than this year. This year is less Jurassic than previous years for sure. Actually, this year, besides Psyduck, they get like the new cards. They get like Mega Pokemon 2 weeks before Worlds, I want to say. So, I mean, it's not that much time to be honest to even like worry about it. So this year, actually, if we did have, this year is definitely less Jurassic than previous years because yeah, the Megas come out like 2 weeks before Worlds or something in Japan, but like that's not that big. That's not that much time. They're not like actually playing tournaments or anything like that. But it's actually I guess in general, it's not that big of a deal for the Japanese players because it's not like they're playing major tournaments with the stuff, right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's not that big of a change. Because they're never playing tournaments. So it's probably always just kind of fine to be honest. Throw your updated list up for a sec. No. I think I already closed the window. Seems to be a trend though that some card isn't released before Worlds and forces it to not be legal. Whilst it might not be a big issue, it feels a little weird. I mean, it's definitely weird. Yeah, like should that be how things work? I don't think so. Definitely not. Is there Champions League this weekend with the new set? Japan Championships. But yeah. This is the big... So the Champions Leagues are like big tournaments in Japan, but this is the big tournament. They actually get to play best 2 out of 3 in day 2 and top cut. This is the... Yeah, the Champions Leagues are big tournaments, but this is the big tournament. This is like their NAIC after their regionals or something. How's this not playing Noctowl though? Because it's just trying to be aggressive. I don't know. Makes sense, I think. It's their nationals? Yeah, true. Japan nationals. Did you talk about the Danklin Snarless at all at 30th with the chip on the podcast? I forget. I don't think so. Let me find it. Is it this one? Yeah. The Danklin 60. I mean, so yeah, a lot of nest ball, a lot of Night Stretcher, and then the Fez for the draw power. The Fez is definitely interesting. I could see the Fez being correct, to be honest. You definitely need to play heavy nest ball if you're gonna play the Fez for sure as well, though. Which is now that YouTube chat isn't displayed on, make the YouTube content optimal play to not lose any chat interaction. I'm just gonna go ahead and say sure. Well, so we're gonna reveal more Mega Pokemon. Maybe I assume they'll have some kind of reveals for sure, but I don't know. I mean, I assume it'd be Megas then. Yeah. I assume they'll have some reveals with Megas. Check out 386. Okay. 386. Oh, the crust? Dude, the Thorns crust. Broken deck. So if you go up against Guardy, you Thorns. If you go up against everything else, you crust. Is that genius? Could be. Where do you get that shirt from? 2012 Nationals. So I'm playing Singapore Master Ball League next week and planning to bring Grim. What would you change your list for a best of 1 format? Nothing. I don't think best of 1 makes a big difference. Why third boss in your new list over Countercatcher? Because Countercatcher is just not good. Countercatcher is like okay. Oh, Countercatcher is good against Raging Bolt and Joltik Box, and it's bad against like every other matchup. 2 Countercatcher would be good. All right, higher Countercatcher count is good if you expect to play against a lot of Joltik and Raging Bolts. Against every other matchup, there's probably an argument to play 0 Countercatcher though. Like if you're only going to be playing up against like Mirror Guardy Dragapult, 1 Countercatcher might be worth it, but honestly playing like 4 Boss might be better. Because Boss is just good in all those matchups, whereas Countercatcher is like sometimes okay. Because like up against Guardy and Pult, you're almost always ahead, and you can't even use Countercatcher. Against Mirror Match is the only matchup where Countercatcher is fine if they go ahead on the prize exchange. But the thing is, like, people like to dirtle and like just like not hit. So in that case, I'd rather just have more boss and just keep bossing around them. But any idea why some Pult are running 2 Turo? Maractus, take liabilities off the board. You looked at seniors and juniors. 4 boss bet. Well, I don't know if I'd play 4 boss. Honestly, I'd maybe play Iron Bundle before the 3rd boss. But if you're gonna go up against Joltik Box and Raging Bolt, if you're gonna be playing like the NAIC metagame, you should play at least 1 Countercatcher. But if you're like playing locally or like an online tournament, and you expect a lot of Joltik Box and Raging Bolt, then you should probably go up to 2 Countercatcher, to be honest. But for the NAIC meta, I would just play 1 Countercatcher. And then the further you get away from Joltik Box and Raging Bolt, the less Countercatchers you should play. I could see Countercatcher being good against Flareon Box as well, but I don't know about that matchup, to be honest. No, we didn't look at juniors or seniors. But seniors, I don't know if there's anything that interesting to see. I mean, there's the Gabriel list. Will it actually be tinkered with so far? I mean, nothing today. Only one Mewtwo at 333. It's tragic. I do think Mewtwo is better than that, but the play rate is so low, it's going to be hard for it to convert, of course. Secret Box Sarah at 11 here? Or in juniors? What do you mean 111? 11. $117. Wait, dude. Oh, I read your 7 as a question mark. What the heck? Get my eyes checked. I literally read your 7 as a question mark. Evan Smith, the Sarah Ledge. Secret Box Sarah Ledge? Is that really better than Blender? Maybe if you played 4 Vessel. 10. 18. 2-1 River Room. Okay, chill. I actually don't hate that. I guess you just need to set up 1, but you want a second for room on play in case they KO your River Room, that you can go Night Stretcher, get the guy back. I don't hate that, actually. I approach a Flareon matchup with Leafeon as Grim usually. I haven't played it, and the Grass Fox scares me. You just play like the Joltik Box matchup and the Joltik Box matchup and the Raging Ball matchup. You just get out Frostlass setup, or you can like double Frost. You can like feed 3 prize cards, or you can like go Grim. If you have early Monkey Dory damage to move over, just move it over to the EVs before it becomes a Leafeon, so that we can maybe want to KO the Leafeon. Yeah. $228. Future Iron Box with hands. 264 Blissey with Team Rocket's Murkrow. What the heck? Can I open other lit? Secret list? There we go. There's more than Murkrow in here. I got the Farigiraf, gotta have it. This guy. Moon. Appreciate 2 months there. Drops of Ray. $228. See, $228. Or Campbell. Oh yeah, I think we look at it. What is the Gravity Mound? What numbers are we hitting with Gravity Mound? What does the Gravity Mound do for us? This guy already KOs Charizard. So like set up a 2-hit on a Dragapult or something like that. Like punch with Miraidon, then punch with something. Iron Valiant or Iron Leaves. Stadium bump, I think. Wouldn't you rather play Town Store to find your EXP shares, I feel like? I don't know. 2 catcher? Bro, just in case. Wait, no boss? Just 2 catcher? Dude, no way. No boss, just 2 Pokemon catcher? Gotta have the bundle, though. Got Bundy in there. Maybe you can just play through the active with this deck that often, and you only need, like, Cheese Aggro Gus with the catcher. I mean, I feel like Grimmsnarl wrecks this deck. What are you beating with this? That's what I'm trying to figure out now. What can we beat with this? I feel like you're losing to Guardian, Grimmsnarl. What's the other? Dragapult? Can we beat Dragapult? See, are we beating Dragapult? I don't think we're beating Dragapult either. If the Miraidon gets in there in the early game. Check the matches. Match peak. Beat a Pult, tied a Golden Go, beat a Grim, lost to a Flareon, beat a Pult, beat a Golden Go, beat a Pult, lost to a Grim, beat a Pult, beat Joltik Box, 2 Joltik Box dubs. Does that make sense? Couldn't Joltik Box just like set up 2 Miraidons and go like Don, Urs? Not one Guardy? I mean, it's not that big of a surprise. Guardy wasn't that much of the metagame. It was like, what, 10%? Something like that? It's not like a massive shock. I didn't hit a Guardian until my last round of the tournament. I was 1 final round matchup variance from dodging Guardy. Why does this not have Clefairy, or am I blind? No Clefairy, no. Yeah, if you just put Clefairy in here, then the Iron Valiant 1 hits the guy, right? the Pult. I mean, they did fine against Pult overall, though, right? They beat every Pult. Lost to Golden Go. 1 Pult, 2 Pult. They beat 3 Pults. They beat Pult Zard, too, which the Zard... Well, I guess they have Iron Leaves for the Zard. Oh, maybe. I think I give Pult Zard way too much credit in terms of how aggressively the deck can actually do things. The deck is like a lot... I feel like slower. Like, you can have turn 2 Candy Zard. I think the deck's a lot slower than that, usually. I give it a little bit too much credit. I'm always like, man, they could have the nuts next turn. They never have it though. Did Ross Cawthon keep his world streak alive? Actually, I don't know. I think so, but I'm not sure. What do you think? Think about Turbo Energize as a card right now to charge your monkeys faster. Can be applied to other decks besides Guardian, in your opinion? Maybe Grimmsnarl. Turbo Energize and Grimmsnarl is definitely like an interesting inclusion. I just don't know what matchup you'd want to Turbo Energize for turn as opposed to attack with a Grimmsnarl is what I don't know. Maybe the matchup exists, but I don't know. Just going Candy Grimmsnarl or more just swinging with Grimmsnarl is kind of good. So like, I don't know what matchup I'm trying to take the turn off to Turbo Energize, but I mean, it seems good in Guardy for the Grimmsnarl matchup if they put Frostlass in play, and also good in the Pulp matchup for Guardy as well. Like both of those matchups, it seems pretty good in Gardevoir, the Turbo Energize. But besides that, yeah, Ross is chilling 103. Oh, in the rankings, not here, and not NAIC. Would another E-Switch just be better than Turbo Energize? Well, if you're getting item locked, I guess not. The thing is, though, like, being able to do something through a tool versus an item is a pretty big difference. Greenster. But also it's slower, right? Appreciate the 44 months there, Baja Monster. Appreciate the 2 months up there. Craft. Come to the Rat Pack. Yeah, being able to do something through a tool in Grimmsnarl is way better than having to do it through an item, but you also aren't doing anything on your turn, right? Like if you're Turbo Energizing, you're not attacking with a Grimmsnarl, which... I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that. Do we want to be doing that? You saw the Terror Box list, I assume? We did see that, yeah. See, this would be a deck actually I'd be down to go play some of this on ladder. But let's watch the Tord versus Riley match. Let's watch the Tord versus Riley match. Let me just get the updated chat when I switch over here. Gotta remove YouTube chat on all my scenes so I don't get banned potentially. I'll have to like figure that out if that actually matters or not, to be honest. I mean, it's better safe than sorry for right now, but we'll see. I wish Twitch just would like deal with it on a case-by-case basis, but who knows? What's happening with YouTube chat? People are just getting banned for like having YouTube and Twitch chat on screen, so. What'd you guys say? Just game 3, right? Like we could watch the other games, but game 3 is the game. The Riley Tord match gets cut off. Oh, can we even watch it? Can you even get to the play? Can you get on the Twitch VOD? Oh, I gotta go to the Twitch VOD. Okay, hold up. Twitch VOD, Twitch VOD. They're not getting banned. He's being safe. It's all about the Kick chat and advertising Kick. Oh, is it about Kick? It's not about YouTube? I'm gonna do some research on it. I'm gonna keep YouTube chat off my screen for today, and then I'm gonna do some research, and then we'll see. I think it's multi-stream in general. No, it's fine to multi-stream. You can multi-stream on Twitch and YouTube. It's not against TOS. It is against TOS to have YouTube chat on your stream if you're streaming on Twitch. But I hadn't heard about anyone doing anyone getting banned or what's it called for it until recently. I just watched a bunch of videos yesterday. Just be safe. I think the problem is calling people to go to the other stream. You're not supposed to do that as well, but that's not, I don't do that anyways. You're not supposed to like influence people on Twitch to go over to YouTube, basically. Influence people to not to go to YouTube. Do you technically have an overlay of both chats just without the badges? I don't know. I don't know what they were gonna ding people for at all. Currently, I'm unsure of what people are getting dinged for, so. They're informing the Kick side of things. These creators are starting to realize they make more over there. So they only care, Twitch only cares about if you are promoting Kick. I might be going the professor route. Pram and Ian made some pretty convincing arguments. I mean, it's pretty chill for sure. Like, you still go to the events, hang out, do all the same like out of play stuff. It's just not playing. Okay, what was I looking up? Twitch VOD? I do need to go get some food before we start watching this though. Right, still gonna hang with the Poke Peeps? Yeah, for sure. What, PokemonTCG? So what are your improvements for the deck from NAIC for you? Which cards you thought could be better? I haven't really thought about it too much because the format's over. What are you eating? Fish and rice.
You take the first prize.
Yeah.
Take the first D's. Eight. On maintaining consistent workout streak. Don't overdo it, I guess. Like build up towards progressive overload. You're gonna start running, you know, don't try and run a marathon. Maybe walk for a couple miles to begin with, stuff like that. Yeah, don't overdo it initially is like a big thing for sure. I recently got into the TCG online and I hit master rank and I'm like 1580 ELO and I feel like I can I can play really well and think on the fly, but when I play locally, I seem to bomb so bad. I think it might be nerves. So maybe you should maybe get more experience IRL for sure. I just make so many blatant mistakes and can't think properly. It's just experience thing. It sounds like you just need to keep doing it. You'll be fine. As long as you still focus on improving, you should be all right. Do you think this format we're about to watch will be the format of our first regionals in the West? No clue. I don't know when the mega set's supposed to come out. Are you and Chet doing more set exclusive matches soon, like how you did Shrouded Fable and Prismatic? Me and Chet, yes, me and Chet will be doing more set exclusive matches soon with the content. Shout out Chet. Hi, since we have 3 archetypes of Dragapult, would you consider the last Dragapult Zoroark still viable? List viable? No clue, haven't played with it. Hello, I'll have a local this weekend. I don't know which deck I should play. Just pick a deck that is cool to you, that you like. And if you're trying to be competitive, pick a high tier deck, a tier 1 or tier 2 deck that fits that criteria. Also, I love your content with Chet Rippy. Chet Rippy. How pumped are you for a Dynamoto reprint? I mean, not more pumped than just, I mean, just seeing new cards is just cool. I don't really care what the new cards are. Shout out Chet. All right, shout out Chet. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go make some food. All right. I'm back. I found it so funny when Azul didn't even address him knowing gamer. Well, Chip never let me finish what I was saying. But I'm never gonna like I'm never gonna like I'm sure gamer doesn't mind, but I'm never gonna like dox someone. It's not like actually doxing someone, but you know what I'm saying. Not saying that was Chip's intent either. I'm not gonna out someone, even if it's something like small, you know. Yeah, it's fine either way. Yeah, I assume you wouldn't care, gamer. I assume you wouldn't care. So I really like the Japanese stream. Can you please do your restream speaking Japanese? Sure, I'll see what I can do. I'll see what I can do. I'll see what I can do. Did you watch the seniors finals? Yeah, I watched it at the... Well, actually, I think I only saw game 3. I saw like the end of game 2 and then... The end of game 2 and then all of game 3. Do you to cut with 2 more wins in day 2? Would I have gone to cut with 2 more wins in day 2? Yeah. I had to go 4-0. I went 2-2. Alright. Wait, how many times did Riley mulligan? What the heck? Dude, what is his hand? What am I trolling? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 3 mullies? That's cooked. It's cooked. Okay. So Tord did play the Maractus as well. Cactus kind of broken. I think Maractus even in like the deck that Tord played, even though Tord doesn't even play the Genesect to stop the Prime Catcher, like you have draw power, so you can like recycle the guy. Like speaking towards like no Cactus and Grimmsnarl. It's so hard to recycle Cactus. Also, Tord plays like 7 Gust effects. In Grimmsnarl, it's really hard to recycle the Cactus and have a Gust effect. How much time do they have left? 12 minutes? Oh boy. Did the conclusion of this game come down to time? Like, was time a factor in the conclusion of this match? I wasn't aware of that. Williams played 2 Cactus and Grim? He did, yeah. I mean, it looks like Riley has a decent hand here. You got Vessel Team Yo. I guess maybe there's no supporter in there. But should be able to set up for a turn 2 Guardy here. The Ultra Ball discard there is interesting. Or, yeah. Because if Riley got rid of something else, then you could Ultra Ball for... I think there's a Guardy EX in hand, but then you could Ultra Ball for something, so that way if you top deck an energy, you can attack with Guardy next turn. Or attack next turn with something. So I feel like getting rid of the Ultra Ball might have been a mistake here. Hang on. I can't fully tell what's in the hand. So a Candy and a Poffin at the top two. You feel like Dragon Ball will have to start playing Rare Candy again? No clue. Haven't thought about next format yet. There's Energy Evo. So the hand is what? Ralts, Kirlia, Bravery Charm, Guardy? Like, what if we had kept... Like, what if we had... Oh, what would we have gotten rid of, though? Oh my gosh, maybe the hand is just hard to get rid of anything. Like, what if we had Vesseled away the Bravery Charm and then Ultra Balled away the Energy? But actually, what do you even Ultra Ball away then, actually? Maybe it had to be played like this, actually. Like, what if we... If we Vessel away the Bravery Charm... We Vessel away Bravery Charm... Get 2 energy, Ultra Ball away an energy. Because I'm thinking, like, we want to make top deck energy, like, make it so we can attack, right? Or I guess, well, how much damage does Kirlia do? Can Kirlia... Actually, can Kirlia KO Badoo? Maybe that's fine. Kirlia does at least 30 damage with for 2 energy, right? Oh, wait, actually does it? I'm not sure. What does it do? It's 30. Why isn't predictions up? This is from NAIC. The Charmers will save him in the end, though. I mean, that's not how you analyze gameplay, though. All right, Iono coming in. We're not concerned with like what is, we're concerned with what could be. We're concerned with the potential of what we're doing, not the result of what we're doing, or not the result of what we did. I'm just like curious if there's like a better way to play this situation. But I think because of our hand, because we have the what's it called, gets a KO anyway, so it's like fine. Like, yeah, just give you an example real fast. I know someone chatting like, I can't believe Azul is explaining how to analyze gameplay. Shut up. So you fully understand like what we're doing here. We don't care that we already know Riley wins and how Riley wins. Well, some of you in chat do. I don't know how Riley wins. But we're not concerned with when you're analyzing gameplay. We don't care what ended up mattering. You care what gives us the best chance for something to matter. So like when I'm questioning how Riley sequenced out the opening hand, it's possible Riley made a mistake. I'm sure Riley won the match, but it doesn't mean that Riley couldn't have played better, right? But I think the play Riley made was fine. But I was like, in the moment I was thinking about it, I was like, do we want to make Energy top deck an out? But I think that, no, like the play Riley made was fine. The hand was just awkward. We got bailed out by an Iono. All right, so Arvin coming out for second team Evo. Are we just Evoing up into Guardy? That's a slow Guardy. But you gotta do what you gotta do. The Badoo's holding us down. And only, wait, 0 energy in the discard pile, right? Just Tord? I'm actually curious now to see. Okay, yeah, that makes sense when it's explained, thank you. Yeah. Because in the PokemonTCG, there's always like an optimal line of play. So we're always just trying to like decipher that. If Tord has like Dragapult, Boss, Attack, Guardy, that seems kind of good here. Wait, Tord has that, right? I'm not trolling. I think I just saw that in his hand. Just punch the active Guardy for 2 hundo. Well, I guess you have to KO the Ralts to push an energy in the discard pile, but doesn't seem terrible. But I think the only energy Tord has in hand is the Neo Upper, which you wouldn't want to lose. So if you can get a non-Neo Upper here, then you're kind of chilling, I feel like. I feel like that plays pretty good. Are you watching 2x? Oh. Wait, does Tord literally have back-to-back pulse in hand? We're swinging here, right? Like do we have boss? We're boss punching Guardy here, right? KO the Ralts. Chilling. We have Neo Upper. Well, if we get Iona, we lose the Neo upper, I guess. Maybe you could take one more turn off, I guess. Badu for one more turn, maybe. I mean, Riley could... Oh, you could, like, Badu the Guardi as well, though, actually. There's, like, one less energy in the discard pile this turn. It's interesting, because we have the Neo upper in hand. We have Neo upper in hand. So Tort could attack this turn, right? Tort could just go, all right, retreat. Dragon Pulse, swing, knockout, get aggressive. Riley has 0 energy in the discard pile. Doesn't need a lot. Like, now you'd be opening the... You'd be not item locking this turn. We'll see what Tort does, actually, as well. So Tort goes for the Badu, yeah. Also, another reason I actually kind of, like... Riley did Arven last turn, but I guess, like, for Riley, you're always Arvening, right? You're always Arvening for the guard. You're not playing research and hoping to, like, draw the nuts, right? So, like, Riley using Arven last turn doesn't tell Tord that Riley doesn't have a research or an Iono in hand. But if it's an Iono, well, no, you'd be unlocking the items. I don't know, I guess I don't hate swinging there, and you're just praying that Riley, even if Riley has Clefairy, you're just hoping there's no Iono. But also just, like, chilling seems fine as well, right? Riley probably not moving this Guardi without item cards, so we can punch it next turn. Yeah, so taking the time off to like find one more, get one more energy attachment and play ahead is probably correct here from Tord. And then Tord from here can go Guardi, or Pult. Like Tord can triple Pult from here actually, which is pretty good. You don't really get to do that often against Guardi. I feel like Guardi's usually you only get to like double Pult them usually. I feel like. If you're playing it this way, should you attach Neo upper to the other Loke? That's a good point. I think you're probably correct on that, Gia. Because right now, Screamtail bodies up. Like, if we can't get Iono Screamtailed, though. I guess it's like, if we get Screamtailed, then Riley has to research, which means we keep our hand. Maybe it's like the same. Would attach Neo upper to Dreepy? No, it's too slow. It's fine to commit to the Draco, especially with double Night Treacher in hand. Because we have Neo upper now. We'll probably be able to find it later by the time we would need it. But we have it now, so should we just use it now? It's a good question. I don't hate the idea of Neo upper right now, to be honest. Because it's like the same thing, right? If Riley goes play research, find Screamtail. Screamtail KOs Dracloak or Dracloak. I guess another thing about this situation, though, for Riley... or from Tord, is this does let Riley, like, research into Monkey Dory, and then Monkey Dory KO active. Like, that would be annoying, right? It is the same thing, yeah. Yeah, it's the same thing, except you found the Neo upper energy, so should we just put it in play before we potentially can't find it, right? So I kind of like the idea of putting the Neo upper in play, to be honest. Because, like, we have it right now, we can put it in play right now. Maybe we should just put it in play now before we lose it, right? Because as soon as it goes back to the deck, you know, who knows when we're going to find it next. Also, maybe there's an argument. You can't tail an Iono. Yeah, but what if he just Ionos anyways, though? What if Riley just is like, oh, I only have Iono. I guess I'm an Iono. Yeah, you can't get Iono tailed. This is true. You can't get Iono tailed. You can't get Iono tailed. But what if you just get Iono? Like, what if all... Riley has Iono. We're not getting tailed, but then the Neo's on the bottom of the deck, and we have to find it again, right? Neo upper now is better, not just the same, because next turn you can attach a basic energy, and then that only needs a basic energy. If you just lose it, you need a basic next turn. And then once the Pult goes down, you need Neo. Yeah, exactly. I think the Neo should have been put in play here. If you put upper down, you could lose it, though. Yeah, but losing upper is the same thing as losing these two energy. If Riley has research attack with Screamtail... If you have Neo here and one energy here, it's the same thing. As far as like the tempo of getting Dragon Pulse into play, it's the exact same thing, right? He was scared of Ruffian, come on. Yo, the Ruffian? Yo, chill. Not the Ruffian. Then from Riley, from Riley... No, there really isn't an argument to like play for the Monkey Dory thing, right? The Monkey Dory thing is just not a real play. Yeah. All right, let's keep watching. We should honestly, this is something we should do more of. As I pause again. I want to like, when we do watch parties, we should write down rounds to like VOD review the next day. Like after the tournament's over. So we should do more of that moving forward with watch parties. And then like tournaments I go to, then y'all can tell me the ones worth going back and watching. Okay. It's definitely good. It's worth doing, right? Like this is like a super good exercise, not just, I mean, for me, but like more so for you guys. It's like a super good exercise to like to go through, to watch, and like talk about in the discussion. It's good for me too as well. Well, for chat to learn. I think it's a really good exercise. So Riley just passed here. Same. What is the hand here that we passed? I know there's an Ultra Ball in it. There's also an Iono. So Riley top decked Iono and chose to pass. I guess the rest of the hand is that good. But can you really afford to wait and give Tord more time? So Riley could have progressed the deck, but chooses not to. Interesting. Or just give us homework? No, like I'm gonna go back and VOD review the rounds after the tournament on the next stream. That's what I mean. Not you guys independently. Well, I mean, you could if you want. You want Tord to think you have nothing? But why? Why do we want Tord? Tord has 2 Drakloak. Tord does not. Tord will eventually do things. You're not guaranteed to do things here as Riley. If you really value the hand super highly, you don't research. I feel like progressing towards something here as Riley makes sense. I don't think you care about Tord thinking you have nothing. Well, okay, hold up. You care about if Tord thinks you have nothing? Tord probably doesn't think you have nothing, right? I see what you're saying now, a little bit better. Kind of. I don't know. Let's see how it plays out. Bluffing. True. All right, so this is where Tord wants to be. Tord has triple Loke and can attack with 3 pults in a row here, having already found the Neo upper energy. Ooh, the jamming. Also, couldn't Tord like theoretically sit here until he finds Turo? I feel like Turo's pretty important here to get Badu off the field, and also maybe get Latias out of play, right? So I feel like giving Tord more time to find Turo doesn't seem great. I don't know. All right, Tord swinging. Brox is pretty chill here. Probably just gonna grab a Dragapult, I assume, or thin out the basics actually. Sure. We have plenty of outs to the thing, so it should be fine. We should be able to find a Dragapult next turn after this one goes down. Did Jamin grab a mistake here with no monkey on Riley's side? I think that you want the Jamin Tower to be closer to when you get Iono later rather than in hand now. Good point. Well, what if he's thinking about... What sort of thinking about like Clefairy Bravery Charm next turn? Right? That's when you want it. You want Jamming Tower to respond to Clefairy Bravery Charm, or like Mew Bravery Charm with Clefairy on the bench. Just something like that. Some Bravery Charm on a Clefairy Pokemon. There's the punch KO. Alright, this unlocks Riley's hand this turn so we get access to item. I think you don't need it that turn because of no monkeys. Do the monkeys make that big of a difference? So Riley definitely needs to take the KO here, right? The question from there is, does Riley play the research or play the Iono? I guess we're taking the knockout with Guardy here, right? We're just gonna get Clefairy and knockout with Guardy. I guess that's always the play though, right? That's always the play here. Just literally punch with Guardy with the Clefairy on your bench. Ideally, well, actually, you don't even need the Brave Charm on the Clefairy at that point. I guess it'd be like fine, but I guess no, maybe you are right. Actually, yeah, I take it back. You're right, Jake. You're right. We're not actually attacking with the Clefairy. Well, actually, we might, because if we don't find a Ralts, we actually have to attack with the Clefairy. This definitely seems like a good spot for Riley, though. That's for sure. Or not for Riley, for Tord. Wait, there's 17 seconds left? Bro, what the heck? I thought this game doesn't develop at all? Riley's literally turned 0? That's when it gets good. Bro, I thought like the game played out. Like, I thought the game played out a little bit. I didn't know it was literally like this. All right, found a backup Ralts for Riley. Got the Fez. We drew Sheikah Box there, so we have every play available. That's all for the Dory. Yeah, I thought this was like, dude, I thought it was like some weird board state where like, I don't even know what to think. Wait, did Riley just cut towards deck? Am I trolling? Or was that towards hand? Oh, it was the hand. Okay, I was like, I am trolling. I am trolling. All right, we're boxing here. Quiet attack with Guardy. Well, I thought there was way more to this game than there was. Now I don't know. I'm gonna look at this board state after this and try and figure out, because I actually don't know what Riley does. So I'm gonna look at this board state afterwards and I'm gonna try and figure out what the play is. Okay. Riley's turn 0, Tor's turn 1, Riley's turn, then turn 2. Dude, he's got triple Dracloak online, bro. What the heck? So this turn from Riley, you could go Clefairy Knockout active. You can go Clefairy KO active with a Bravery Charm. Hope Tor doesn't have a response. Okay, sure. Let's see what Riley actually does, though. You can heal the... You have to heal the Clefairy? 30. We have Monkey Dory to heal something. You can heal. We draw 2 prize cards. Then Tor draws prize cards. 5. Was I give him 240? Oh, it's not even that tanky, bro. I guess you don't have to Monkey Dory the Clefairy then, right? Theoretically. I guess you don't have to, but does go for it. Oh, we go for the Bidoof KO. Okay, sure. I guess before Tord can Turo it, maybe? Or maybe Riley isn't sure if Tord plays Bravery Charm as well, so you just want to get the prize card. So Riley goes down to 3. Yeah, as far as the jamming tower goes, but even if he attacks with Clefairy Charm, is Punch Clefairy with jamming near in deck better than jamming KO right away? Because then you get Iona and Clefairy comes back. Well, it depends how many Monkey Doors could get set up, right? Because then you could like out heal the jamming tower. Possibly. I feel like I didn't hate the jamming tower take that from Tor, to be honest. I feel like it was probably fine. He plays his whole turn like time has been called. He's so fast for no reason. We're on 1.25 times speed, so that might be why. I think Luchitoro wins. 180, 230. Ooh, wait. No, not quite, right? No, we're one damage away from the Luchitoro. Well, Luchitoro jamming tower. Draw 4. Riley can draw 2. You need 1 more prize card. Alright, Ultra for Fez. Knowing what happens later is why I'm suspicious of the jamming grab. Sure. So we have Countercatcher access as well here as from Tord. Is the play here from Tord like Countercatcher? Is the best play for here from Tord like Countercatcher Fez? Well, we need to draw 5. We also need back-to-back energy attachments to threaten third Dragapult as well, right? No, because we have Ursaluna. Not gonna lie, this is kind of awkward. All right, Fez for 3. Boss, Maractus. Ooh, can we use the Cactus here at all? I didn't even think about the Cactus being used. If you take 4, it's impossible for Riley to win. You just need a lot. 4 over to Riley. Well, if Riley can take 2, and then you go to sudden death, though, right? I guess you'd win with Ursaluna, though, on the last turn as Tord. Luchadori jamming. Well, no, there's no damage in play for Dory, though. Come on, Paul, lock in. you ever turbo poke on your bench and prevent Clefairy KO? Oh, that would be an interesting play, actually. No, no. Riley could always fill the bench and get the knockout. Wait. Can he attack with Bear now? No, he's one short. 1, 2. You only need 2 on the bench and you die to Clefairy, right? Yeah. Okay, so we have Dragapult. We have... I don't know if we have an energy for... Well, even if you just attack this turn as toward... Actually, I don't know if you can get enough damage in play. If Tord gets the energy attachment for turn this turn, what if we went like Boss KO Monkey Dory or Counter Catcher KO Monkey Dory, put 6 on guard 4 on the bench? I don't want to do the math. I'm just like trying to think about potential plays. Did you say you don't know what happens? I won't say what, but I think that Ultra Ball discard was a mega throw. What did we give up? Badoo and what? Okay, there's the Counter Catcher. Okay, hold up. So we have Counter Catcher here. Oh, but we're KOing... KOing the Guardy. We're gonna go down to 3. Riley's also at 3. Then Clefairy gets pushed back up. Ralts gets benched. But then Tord would win with Jamming Tower Halucha, right? What if you had gone Counter Catcher the Monkey Dory? No, maybe that doesn't make any... Well, if you had gone Counter Catcher Monkey Dory, KO, put 6 on Guardy. 4 prize cards left. If we get Iono'd, we get Iono'd to more. And then research and just draw cards. Yeah, toward researching before the fetch draw might have been good. What was the discard off the Ultra? Research do. Dungus. Alright, we have it attached to the Dreepy. He researched 2 boss. Yeah, maybe he should have just committed to the research, to be honest, before using Fez or Lokes. I mean, he wanted the Gust here, though, right? Because he just wins. No, he doesn't, though, right? Because he's drawing 2 this turn. Wait, hold on. He only draws 2 this turn, so if Riley goes knockout... Oh, if Riley goes knockout, bench Ralts, then Tord wins with Halucha, Jamming Tower. If Riley doesn't bench Ralts, then Tord KOs the Clefairy with Jamming, and then Riley has no follow-up threat. Okay. Well... Yeah. When I Counter Catcher Fez... well, Counter Catcher Fez would have, that's what I initially thought as well, but it's like KOing is stopping the Monkey Door from moving damage back over to your side, like really important. It feels like it could be important. I'm trying to like piece together what... Oh yeah, that's just towards win condition, right? It's like, okay, if you don't put another Pokemon in play... If you don't put another Pokemon in play, like you have to draw... Or like, okay, you have to draw 2 prize cards this turn. So you're gonna KO me with Clefairy. And then if I get Jamming Tower, I KO your Clefairy, I win. Oh no, you don't have to. We're tied 3-3. So this is where Riley passes, right? And pushes it to overtime. So we go. So now Riley's gonna go Iono. Oh, someone was saying like, what if you put all 6? Was someone saying if we put all 6 here, you'd have 7, move 3, you have 4, and then Tord could have Monkey Dory, move 3 back. Maybe you could play around that still. 1, 2, it'd be 6, 7, 7 on the active. Seven on the active, and then if Tord go, and then we move 2-2, move 2-5. That's still KOs. Move 3-3-1, 3 back 4. I guess it would still KO, yeah. So yeah, if Tord had put all on the Clefairy. Yeah, Tord had put all 6 on Clefairy, and then Riley moves 6 off it with double Monkey Dory, then Tord can move 3 back, and then it'd be 4 plus 200, 240 knockout. Because there was 1 on it, and then Tord went 1, 2, 2, 1. So the 6 on the Clefairy was probably the play for sure. Appreciate the prime subs there. Humb and Alex Castaway. Welcome both to the pack. Also appreciate the 4 months there, Froyo. Should I prime sub? Is there still ads? No. Would Riley not just put it on the poll and then that is getting KO so it can't be sent back? Well, no, Riley's trying to avoid getting the KO here. Riley's not going to take the knockout here. Because Riley doesn't want to give Fez draw to Tord. Because if Riley goes knockout and gives Fez draw to Tord, then Tord has a higher chance of finding Jamming Tower, which allows Tord to KO the Clefairy, and then Riley has no backup to win the game. So Riley's going to... This is where Riley passes with Clefairy in the active. Allows Fez and Bear... Yeah, allows the Bear as well. But he also loses to boss doing this. Well, the threat of Ursaluna has got to be the reason, right? Yeah, the bear's got to be the... Yeah, the bear is the big reason for sure. Now they're tied 3-3. Also, there might be a counter catcher win condition here for Tord. Could Tord go like counter catcher KO Fez, tie it to 1-1 plus Turo, and then the Clefairy might not be able to get the return KO? There's the pass. Or it's probably like, oof, L. But we still have double Loco in play. So there's still... Tord has a lot of outs here. Tord has a lot of outs here. No counter catcher? No, I'm saying if Riley had taken the knockout. Oh, but I guess if Riley takes the knockout, it doesn't matter. Oh, no, Riley goes knockout, and then Tord finds counter catcher KO Fez to even up the price trade. Yeah. No, I meant what I said. I said what I meant. Jamming Tower's in the bottom of his deck. Oh, is it in the bottom again? Oh, I see what you're talking about with the Ultra Ball there, Jake. Chip went bananas on the pass. I want to go back and look at Tord's last turn, to be honest. Okay, so now Tord goes Poff and Iono. Hope to draw into the jamming, right? Oh boy. If Tord held research, Riley would never make this play. Wait. What do you mean? I think Riley does the same thing though. Riley still just goes Iono punch or Iono not punch, right? Because you can't lose to Ursaluna. Wait, no. Yeah. You can't afford to lose to Ursaluna. You can't afford to lose to Ursaluna. The play is only correct because Tord got rid of double boss level research. I don't think so. I don't think you can afford to let Ursaluna attack. That makes it way too easy for Tord. But then are you betting on Ursaluna being prized? It's so easy for Tord to find Ursaluna. Brox, Ultra Ball, research into either of those, Iono into either of those, Pheasantipity draw. Like, I don't think you can give Tord Ursaluna no matter what. I think that's always easier. Even if there's 2 more boss in Tord's deck, I think you always take away Ursaluna. You still win if Ursa attacks because you can find Monkey KO Loke. No, because you're at 1-1. There's no Gust. Riley has no Gust. You'll be at 1-1 prize cards. So you have no counter catcher active. I also thought about that, Jake, but I was like, wait, how do we get the Loke in the active? Like, if you have Night Stretcher for Clefairy, your Monkey can attack. Nope. Does Riley play no boss? No, Riley doesn't play boss. The only person who played boss was Brenner and crew. I don't think anyone played boss in... well, as far as I'm aware. The Judge Shuffle. Gotta do it. Gotta do it to him. want to go back and look at that turn from Tord. I noticed Brandon didn't play Poffin. Did he not? Was it all nest balls and Artisan? How many Arvin did Bradner even play? It wasn't a ton, right? It was like 2? Or maybe it was a lot. Maybe I'm trolling. 2? No jammy. Team Trade not play at least one Poffin for the Arvin plus Team Evo combo? A little bit for sure. Oh, we have the Dories to move it. The final count. Okay. The one thing I'm curious about, where does Tord make the play? The research turn from Tord. I think Mind Bend active could have given better odds. The Mind Bend Mind Bend and Ursa Luna that respond. No, but how do you, but you're never, but no, but Tord still has an energy built up on the bench Dracloak, so it's just like energy Dragapult away from when he is still. Yeah, I'm curious on this situation here. Like, Tord has research. I almost feel like Tord maybe should have Ultra Balled for dead card, then Ultra Balled away Badoo plus dead card, found another dead Pokemon, and then play the research, right? Or like Jake said, just play the research and leave the jamming tower on the bottom of your deck. Because like, I guess my question would be like, I think what I have to assume what Tord is thinking about here is like, I always want to Gust KO the Gardevoir. I feel like what Tord is thinking about here is like, I always want to Gust KO Gardevoir. If I play research, I can't play boss. I would obviously prefer to research counter catcher, but is that worth the risk of whiffing the Gust KO on the Gardevoir? I have to assume that's what Tord is debating here. So you either draw first to try and find counter catcher, so you can go counter catcher research, or I guess maybe there's an argument, I guess, to never research, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, but that's like, he's trying to keep, I think he's trying to maximize his outs for, I assume he's trying to maximize his outs for Gust. If you play research, you can't play boss. So he's like, well, the only thing, he's like, the thing I want to do this turn for sure is boss KO Gardevoir. But going down the line where you could whiff the Gust by going research first means that if you don't draw into good cards, like you see here, one boss found, and then I think Dracloak finds another boss. Like, you start to see these good cards. There's the counter catcher on the last one. So now we can go counter catcher research. But I guess at this point, you can make an argument that you shouldn't do that. But the rest of the hand wasn't that good anyway, so like set up another attacker, right? Some compositions of Tord's deck, Mind Bend active becomes correct over Clefairy Pass. Oh, I see what you're saying, Jake. Attack with the Monkey Dory into the Dragapult. I see what you're saying, yeah. So that's like the only thing that I consider here. Like, Tord could have just played the research, been like, I'm going for the counter catcher. If I whiff the counter catcher, hopefully I find the jamming tower to at least KO the active, probably. But hope for the counter catcher KO Guardy, force it to just Clefairy left, and then I have the jamming tower to KO the Clefairy. Ooh, another thing that Monkey Dory would have, another thing the Monkey Dory KO would have done for Tord, it would have kept counter catcher live. Because when I see this board, could we have gone after the Monkey Dory instead? Why do we have to KO the Gardevoir? Like, if Tord had went counter catcher the Monkey Dory, 6 on the Gardevoir. How much are we looking at? 180. One Monkey Dory moves. I guess the Monkey Dory still gets it out of range. 180, 290, 38. No, it doesn't, right? 180. 180. 290. Most that can be healed is 30 with one Monkey Dory, right? Then it has 60 HP left. And then we can counter catcher around. We still need Hawlucha or Jamming Tower. So Hawlucha goes to the Fez, or Jamming Tower to turn off this, and we go for a 4-prize turn. Oh, but I guess this would give this would give Riley one more turn at Gardevoir, which lets Riley set up another attacker, because you don't win. Oh no, Tord would be at 4 prize cards left. Well, yeah, isn't that the better play? Isn't the better play here from Tord to KO the Monkey Dory and then put 6 on the Gardevoir? Because it puts him at 4. And then you can go Hawlucha plus Countercatcher KO Fez plus Guardy, or Jamming Tower plus Countercatcher KO Clefairy plus this. And it keeps your Countercatcher alive, and Riley can't play around your Countercatcher then. Wouldn't Riley be able to put a Screamtail in play? No, but why does that matter? Because you win with a 4-prize turn next turn, right? Is that findable though? I mean, you could research into it. That'd be the big thing, is then Tord can research into it versus having to like not be able to play research for as a win condition, right? Well, at that point, you force Riley to KO you for sure. Like, you're definitely, like, Riley's definitely attacking that turn. And then you go for a 4-prize turn to win the game. I mean, is that train of thought realistic? Of course, yeah. Is Monkey Healing not enough to avoid the 4-prize turn? No, because it'll go up to 290. So it's got... Wait, how much HP does this thing have? 320, right? Yeah, go up to 290. So there's 30 HP left. So 1 Monkey Heal doesn't get out of range. Yeah. If we KO Monkey with energy, put 6 on Guardy. I kind of like that. I mean, there's maybe something else I'm missing. I guess it would, like, Riley could just go like Drifloon KO your Dragapult, right? Give Clefairy, Drifloon goes KO, and then you would need Dragapult energy. No, maybe it's not worth it actually. The more I think about it, maybe it's not good. Because then Riley goes Drifloon or Screamtail, KO your Dragapult, and then Tord needs Countercatcher Hawlucha or Countercatcher Jamming Tower. Or Boss Jamming Tower. And you would need Dragapult and energy. But I guess we're assuming we need Dragapult and energy anyways. So maybe it's actually not that bad. No, because actually, no. Because if Riley takes the KO... So as Tord here, you'd have to come to the conclusion that Riley's best play is Iono, not attack, into attack. And if you come to that conclusion... The play Tord made is still maybe better, to be honest. So under that, I guess the other question to answer is like, should Tord have just played the research and not even thought about... Should Tord have just played the research and not even thought about trying to use boss here? Because I assume that's why Tord sequenced it this way, because he's like considering boss. Or maybe he's trying to find Iono plus Countercatcher. I guess that could be a thing as well. You get hit with the Mew super play if Guardy doesn't die. Oh, that's true. Riley could go Mew plus Monkey Dory, draw 3 prize cards. Okay, so I guess we have to kill Guardy. Yeah, never mind. We have to kill Guardy, yeah. Because we assume Riley plays Mew, and because we assume Riley plays Mew, then we get Monkey Dory triple prize turn. Yeah. What happens if Tord holds the researches entirely this turn? Does that change Riley's best play? I don't think so. I think Riley's best play is still Iono pass. I think Riley is always Iono passing. Yeah. Did Tord have to bench Luna at the end because Riley has game on board? He doesn't play Mew, I don't think. Does he not? I guess, does Tord know that, though? I guess it's like a question. Do you assume that if you go up against a Gardevoir at NAIC, do you assume they have it? In game 3, he already knows McKay does play Mew. Oh, true. We are in game 3. Do we? I guess the question is, I don't actually know if Riley plays Mew. Riley does not play the Mew. Okay, interesting. No Mew. I mean, I guess Tord maybe doesn't know for sure, but maybe you would know. It's also possible. Was Riley on stream earlier in the tournament? Maybe Tord just knows Riley's exact 60. Yeah. If Tord doesn't research away research and double boss, then Mind Bend active could become correct for Riley, which would be good for Tord because he knows his hand was filled up with all 4 of them. I could see that, yeah. I guess the other thing Tord wants to progress to this turn, though, is finding the energy for the... Oh, no, but Tord has to find attachment for turn, though, right? We don't have attachment for turn yet as Tord here. So that changes things, right? Tord has to find attachment for turn here. We need to attach to our Dracloak here. So we have to play the research. We need to attach to our Dracloak here. So we have to play the research. We need to attach to our Dracloak here. So we have to play the research. We need to attach to our Dracloak here. So we have to play the research. We need to attach to our Dracloak here. So we have to play the research. We need to attach to our Dracloak here. So we have to play the research. We need to attach to our Dracloak here. So we have to play the research. We need to attach to our Dracloak here. So we have to play the research. We need to attach to our Dracloak here. So we have to play the research. We need to attach to our Dracloak here. So we have to play the research. We need to attach to our Dracloak here. So we have to play the research. We need to attach to our Dracloak here. So we have to play the research. We need to attach to our Dracloak here. So we have to play the research. We need to attach to our Dracloak here. So we have to play the research. We need to attach to our Dracloak here. So we have to play
So the question really is just, should Tord play for the counter catcher? Or... Okay, yeah, so we need attachment for turn here to Dracloak. No, we don't need that, though, because we have Ursaluna, right? Actually, oh, hang on, I take that back. We do have Ursaluna, so do we actually need that? Actually, we don't need that, right? Although, that's like another, actually, question we could ask. Should Tord have, instead of attaching to Dracloak, should this Ultra Ball... Well, hang on, we have to grab Dragapult with this one, right? Did Tord draw into Ursaluna energy? Now I'm curious, what do we draw off this? We did draw Ursaluna. What if Tord went attached to Ursaluna pass? That's the better play, right? Ultra Ball for Ursaluna attached to Ursaluna. Because that takes away the pass play from... Actually, that just checkmates Riley, right? Well, it doesn't checkmate him, but now if you draw energy, you have +1 out as Tord. And Tord did draw the energy. Ursa was prized? Oh, was Ursaluna prized? Okay, never mind. At this point, it's still prized? No, we took it earlier. It's in the deck right now. Yeah, so he could have... So Tord could have Ultra Balled for Ursaluna and attached Luminous to Ursaluna, which would then make energy an out, or Night Stretcher an out to win the game as Tord. So that's definitely a mistake here, right? Because we're putting Riley at a no... We're putting Riley at a no... Oh, I guess it would allow... No, because Riley doesn't have counter catcher access. So yeah, so that was definitely the play, right? You have to go Ursaluna attach to Ursaluna instead. So that was a mistake here from Tord. We always go Ursa attach here. Because then Riley can't pass. Well, Riley can pass, but then we have way more outs. At that... Well, no, it never... Actually, at that point, Riley's only play is pass. So if we have Ursaluna on our bench with an energy here, Riley's only play is to pass. Because if you attack, you just lose to Ursaluna. So once we get to the end here, Riley's only play would be pass. There's no question on pass or not pass. And we have Night Stretcher for energy. I think Tord also runs to a Psychic here. Interesting. I wonder what Tord was thinking about keeping the bench space open for, or if he just didn't see that line. Like maybe Tord like in the moment, Tord was just like, oh, I'm always getting KO'd here. I assume that's the way Tord was thinking about it, to be honest. I was like, oh, I'm always getting KO'd here, so I'll find Ursaluna next turn. But should have found it that turn. Why would he lose? It'd be 1-1 turn 4, no? Because Riley has no Ralts on bench. So you KO the Clefairy and the game's basically over. I guess it's not 100% over in the situation because Tord wouldn't have a follow-up attacker because you'd have Ursaluna. I guess you have to find Turo. If you find Turo, you'll retreat Ursaluna, Turo, attack with Ursaluna again. But it's most likely over because Riley has 0 poke in play. So if you just Iono Riley to 1, Riley's probably not finding Candy Guardy next turn, take a knockout, so... Could Riley bench Ralt and find Candy Guardy for turn 4? Maybe. I'm not sure if Riley had an out to a Ralts here. There's an Ultra Ball in hand, so maybe he could have Ultra Balled for Ralts here. I guess you would have if there was the threat of the Ursaluna guaranteed. Is it Sudden Death at turn 4, or is turn 5 given to the second player? No, Sudden Death is active as soon as turns are over. Now the question is, was there anything Riley could have done better here? What do you take the 1 prize from? The Badoo. KO to Badoo. That's how Riley lost game 2. He put a Ralts down to back it up and Tord Lucha KO'd it. Well, it's different in this situation. It's different if this situation drops because Tord just wins if Tord takes a knockout. So you... But it... Yeah, it's different in this situation. Oh, no, I guess I see what you're... No, I guess you are right. You are right. You would still... No, if you... I guess as Riley here, if you're going to take the knockout... If you're going to take the knockout here as Riley, you could not bench the Ralt. No, you have to bench the Ralts because if your active dies, you lose. But if your active and your Ralts dies, you lose anyway. So you always bench the Ralts. Yeah. You would always bench Ralts here as Riley. If there was an Ursaluna on Tord's bench, you always bench Ralts because if your Clefairy dies, you lose anyways. So... You may as well bench the guy to have the access to it. And I guess if Tord had gone bench Ursaluna plus energy, and then Riley went KO, then all of a sudden you can attach return to Dracloak this turn, and then you go knockout as Tord. You're not guaranteed to win as Tord because you have to reset your Ursaluna to be able to attack with it again. So if you don't draw Turo, you can't do that. But now you have an energy on your Dracloak 1 turn ahead of time, and then you can go Dragapult energy attack and win the game that way as well, I guess. But also, if you find Turo, you also win. Yeah, I think that the big thing here from Tord was just there's some other things that were like I'm not sure about the research versus non-research situation. When did this Badoo KO happen? The previous turn, Riley took a 3-prize turn. When Riley took the knockout with the Clefairy, Riley went Clefairy knockout plus KO Badoo off the bench. Like did it all at once. Oh, because you're saying this could lead to the this could lead to Tord being bench locked. I think Riley had to move 30. You have to heal the damage off the Clefairy, I'm pretty sure. Maybe not. It would have been 1. Maybe you didn't have to. Yeah, maybe you didn't have to be honest. Take the Badoo KO. Then you could have locked it out of Ursaluna. But then it could have got Turoed. Like Tord could have found Counter Catcher Turo that turn and picked up the Badoo. And then you just lose as Riley, right? If a prize card leaves the board set, you just lose. Riley goes 2-2-2. No, but 2-2-2 doesn't matter because we're in turns. You don't have the extra. Riley doesn't have the extra turn to go 2 more. So if Riley has 4 prize cards here and draws 2, then Tord draws 2 and Tord wins. You don't have the luxury of the 2-2-2 anymore. Because there's not enough time. If there's enough time, you could go 2-2-2. But we're out of time. All right, we got 17 minutes until... Let's do some switcherooing here real fast. 17 minutes until Japan Championships. What do they call it? Japan National? They call it Japan Championships, right? I am gonna restart the YouTube stream here in a second. I should probably just like restart it right now, to be honest. We call it JCS. The championships, yeah. Well, abbreviated, but yeah. You could also, I don't know how many Turos were down for Tord there, but you could play like Tord wasn't gonna find Turo. Like that could be a play. Like also like Tord could have played like he was gonna find Counter Catcher off research was also a line, right? Also, yo, what's up, Koopa Man? What was I gonna say? Also, if Tor could have played like he was gonna find Counter Catcher off of the research. There's something else I was gonna say with that though. Turo, play like they're not gonna find Turo. I had something else to go with that, but I completely forget what it was. Tor didn't split the damage 2-2-2, but put all 6 on Clefairy. Riley must heal Clefairy, and then he haven't the damage to KO Ursa. Yeah, sure. The 6 definitely should have gone there. It also opens up a new win condition for Tord, where Tord can move the damage back over and win that way, because there'd be 7 on the Clefairy. Yeah, if Tord had just put 7 on Clefairy and then also bench Ursaluna with energy, you just can't lose, right? Actually, if you bench Ursaluna with energy, then you don't have room for Monkey Dory, I guess, but I always have to pick between the two, but still seems pretty good. Oh, wait, hold up. I gotta get the thing again. How much damage would be on Clefairy if we put all 6? That'd be 7. You said he found jamming off research. Just KO the active bench. Bench Ursa attach. Game over 3 turn 3. Yeah, the bench Ursa was definitely the play for sure. Yeah, benching Ursa with energy. You're not guaranteed to win still, but your odds are a lot higher. Will there ever be a Pokemon regionals in Las Vegas? Probably not. Wait, which one was I on before? Yeah, probably not. Probably not. I think it would be cool, but yeah, I don't think they'll ever do it. It's just too off-brand for Pokemon, I feel like. They have big convention centers over there, right? And a lot of hotels. Yeah, no, like the airport. Yeah, the airport's also good too. Everything about Vegas is good for a event, but I feel like I appreciate 11 months there, Pokemari. Appreciate the 3 months there, Neptune's Wrath. Appreciate 3 months as well, Kryuga. But I feel like it's just too off-brand. Yeah, I feel like they're not gonna host one in Vegas. It would be like a little weird, I feel like. If you put 7 on Clefairy, could Tord have just moved 2 with the first story and then move 3 with the second one? KOing Badoo, leaving Clefairy at 20 damage. 2020. Well, no, but that's all you need, though. Oh, I see what you're saying. Move 2 with the first story. Yeah, move 2 with the first story to the Badoo, and then move 3 with the second story. Heal 50, have 20 left. That would work, actually. Yeah, that would work. That would have been a big brain play. The head of play Pokemon keeps posting. Well, I don't think he's the head of play Pokemon. I could actually be wrong. I don't know what his title is. Keeps posting charts with the MTG Vegas GPs at the top. I'm sure he's at least considered it. I'm sure TBCI has thought about Vegas before, but yeah, my guess would be they would never do Vegas. Yeah, the reason they're posting the chart with the MTG thing is like, or is that you're saying that's giving them the idea at least? But yeah, I don't think they would ever do it. Have you watched the Raz feature? No, we didn't watch the Raz. What's it called? We did not watch the Raz, the Raz play. Unfortunately, TBCI probably wouldn't want to associate with Vegas. Yeah, I don't think so. I just, yeah. Which I don't think it's like a super big knock on. Super big knock on Pokemon. Like, I would be down. But if they're not going to, it's like, it makes sense. It's understandable for sure. From Pokemon side of things. You appreciate $10 super chat there. K, if Pokemon action figures become like Zords, Power Ranger giant robots, then combined together to a Megazord, what 5 Pokemon do you think become a Zord and fuse together? I mean, there's like the obvious ones, right? Like Azelf, Uxie, Mesprit would Zord probably. They would probably Zord. The Reggies would definitely Zord. Maybe there would be some like what's it called, Zords? Like starter line Zords, like Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur. Probably some kind of Ultra Beast Zord. Yeah, so there's definitely some obvious ones. But I feel like those are the ones. Those are the only ones that would do it. They wouldn't. You want to like randomly be like Lucario, Mudkip, and Pachirisu. It's Zord time. I'd argue Vegas is better for kids than Baltimore. They have multiple fun shows to watch. I mean, I don't think Vegas is like inherently bad for, but it's like the idea of what Vegas is, right? It's like a place where you go to gamble and party. Yeah. I don't think it would be like, I don't think it would be a bad, if TPCI ran an event in Vegas, I don't think it'd be a bad look. I don't think it would be a bad look. And we got recommendations for TCG content in Japan. For like people to check out. Daichi. Honestly, a lot of the top players in Japan do some kind of content. I think Kato does content. Daichi, Kato. I think Yoshiyuki's been doing content as well. Yeah, I don't think it would be like bad if like Pokemon ran a thing in Vegas. I don't know. Maybe there are people out there who would like feel some type of way about it, like negatively toward, like it would be like a negative look for TPCI to run a tournament in Vegas, but I personally don't think it would be like a bad look. But my guess would be that they think it would be a bad look if they haven't done it up to this point, because if they haven't done it up to this point, I feel like they don't like that idea of it. But maybe they just haven't done it yet. Maybe they haven't really thought that hard about it. It just hasn't come around to make sense for them yet. But as far as like convenience of like locations, airport's convenient. I mean, they got big convention centers there, billion hotels, like. Internationally, Vegas is known for gambling and drinking. Yeah, for sure. Surprised I never did Seattle. They've done Seattle before. 2017 Seattle Regionals. And I think they did it before then as well, but they don't do it consistently. Oh, it's actually live. All right, I'm gonna end the YouTube stream real fast, so it becomes a separate VOD, and I'll be right back in just like literally a second.